Chapter 147. The cold wind and snowflakes were like knives, cutting into Xiao Chen's face. It was incomparably painful. He had to squint his eyes to prevent the snowflakes from entering his eyes. Pu Si. A sharp killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. The ice ape shot out a piercing ice line from its huge mouth. The ice line was extremely condensed. It was as thin as a needle. Xiao Chen felt the threat of death. In that instant, he wanted to take out the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, when he thought of his earlier apprehensions, he did not do so in the end. Heavenly Lightning Shield. Electricity flickered around Xiao Chen. The lightning evasion wrapped around Xiao Chen. However, the needle-sized ice line pierced through the Heavenly Lightning Shield, leaving a tiny hole that the naked eye could not see. The Heavenly Lightning Shield slowly disappeared and blood spurted out from Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen looked at the wound strangely. That ice line was too small. When it pierced through his body, he did not even feel any pain. The wound on his chest was very small. However, the blood that flowed out was like a faucet gushing out violently. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. He used the lunar shadow saber to support his body and knelt on one knee. He took out a blood replenishing pill with his left hand and instantly swallowed it. After that, he took out another blood replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on the wound. However, the blood replenishing pill that had worked every time lost its effect this time. There was a cold qi lingering around the wound on his chest, preventing the flesh from closing up. When the ice ape shot out the ice line, it was like it had used up all its strength. It rested for a long time. Only then did it recover. It landed on all fours and leaped into the air, pouncing toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen revealed a determined expression on his pale face. He tossed out a golden wooden sculpture. The Golden Lion King appeared from nowhere. Its mountain-like body stomped heavily on the ice ape, crushing it to the ground. The Golden Lion King's thick front limbs trampled on the huge ice ape violently, twisting it around. After a long time, the ice ape finally stopped struggling. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of his divine sense and felt that the ice ape was indeed dead. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The wound on Xiao Chen's chest was still slowly bleeding. The blood-replenishing pill alleviated the bleeding, and it was not as turbulent as before. Tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes, Xiao Chen wrapped it around the wound and went to the frost ape's side. Seeing the frost ape covered in wounds, Zhao Fu took out a sharp knife and cut open its body from the side. He found that the frost ape's internal organs had been badly damaged, and there were still traces of electricity in them. Looks like the dozen or so grade 3 lightning attribute talismans were the cause of its death, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then he took out the top grade ice attribute inner core. At this moment, there was a piercing sound in the air as a dazzling sword qi shot over. Xiao Chen unhurriedly placed the spirit core into the universe ring. He smiled faintly to himself. He finally could not resist making a move. Earlier, although he had scanned the area with his spiritual sense many times, he did not find anyone following him. However, Xiao Chen had kept an eye on him. He knew that someone was following him. Thus, even at the most crucial moment of the battle with the ice ape, he did not use some killing moves. If it were not for the situation being dire, the Golden Lion King would not have used them. Dang! The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly and flew out of Xiao Chen's body. It floated above his head, and strands of mysterious yellow qi fell from his head. The sword qi that flew behind him was blocked by the heaven and earth qi, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Golden Lion King's head. He looked quietly at the person who arrived. An old man slowly walked out with waning steps. This was the martial saint that the Zhang clan head had ordered around. His name was Chang Siyuan, and he was the top guest of Yunyang City's Zhang clan. He was already a consummation medial grade martial saint. After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, their strength would increase exponentially. A medial grade martial saint could fight against 10 inferior grade martial saints. Chang Xiyuan looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chen's head. Then he looked at the huge golden Lion King under his feet. His expression was somewhat cautious. Along the way, the youth in front of him had given him too many surprises. If Chang Xiyuan had not cultivated a martial technique to hide his aura, he would have been discovered by this person several times. Chang Xiyuan was already very shocked when he saw Xiao Qin take out the Golden Lion King. He did not expect Xiao Qin to take out a strong defensive secret treasure. Is this where your confidence comes from? Chang Xiyuan's voice was very soft but very clear. As he stood there quietly, he had an overwhelming aura. This aura spread out involuntarily. Even with the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King, Xiao Qin did not dare to be careless. Hu Qi. In terms of aura, Xiao Qin was at an absolute disadvantage. He did not want to waste time with him. With a thought, the Golden Lion King spat out a golden flame at Chang Xiyuan. Qi. A sword Qi streaked across, and the golden flame was sliced in half, flying to the sides. Shua. Chang Xiyuan's figure flashed. He was like a ghost flying to Xiao Chen's side. A sword light flashed, and his sword appeared before Xiao Qin. Dang! Another strand of yellow qi slid down from the Eastern Emperor bell like glass. Before Xiao Chen could react, it automatically blocked this sword strike. Dang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Chang Xiyuan sent out several hundred sword strikes. His speed was extremely fast. However, every time he did so, he was blocked by the yellow qi from the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern Emperor bell was indeed the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. Even though its Tao patterns were completely shattered, it still had such might. Xiao Chen revealed a calm expression as he shouted, Dang! 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 The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a long chime, and a ripple spread out in all directions. Chang Xiyuan bore the brunt of it and was immediately knocked back. When the bell chime spread out, Xiao Chen felt dizzy. He could not help but feel astonished. He quickly stopped the bell chime. In the end, he could not use an incomplete secret treasure. Xiao Chen controlled the Golden Lion King and leaped into the air, causing the ground to tremble. Its mountain-like body pressed down on Chang Xiyuan. Chang Xiyuan's figure spun rapidly, changing his position very quickly. As he dodged the attacks, he sent out strands of resplendent sword qi at Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin, who had the Eastern Emperor bell, was in an invincible position. Streams of yellow qi descended from above, blocking all the attacks. Mountain-breaking chop. Suddenly, Chang Xiyuan shouted. The light on his sword was withdrawn. An earth-ranked martial technique. A peak strike struck the yellow qi violently. The might of an earth-ranked martial technique executed by a medial-grade martial saint was much stronger than Xiao Chen's dragon seizing hand. Furthermore, all the attacks were focused on one point. A ripple appeared on the yellow qi, and a huge force was transmitted. Xiao Qin, who was on the back of the Golden Lion King, was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Qin was startled. A fiery light flashed in his right eye, and a purple flame spewed out at Chang Xiyuan. The flame turned into a whirlpool, spinning continuously. Chang Xiyuan spread his arms wide and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the spinning purple thunder true fire. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiao Chen's head. He was deep in thought, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Chen controlled the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King at the same time. The essence in his body was like an open dam leaking out. He could not help but feel very anxious. Shua. Just at this moment, for some unknown reason, the Eastern Emperor bell above his head made a dang-dang sound and turned back into a small, exquisite bell. It fell into Xiao Chen's hands. What's going on? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. It was clearly repaired. It was just that the Dao patterns were not complete. I also placed my imprint on it. Why can't I use it now? A bright light flashed in Chang Siyuan's eyes. His figure moved again, and a sword light soared into the sky, hacking down at Xiao Chen. The situation was critical. There was no time to think. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts, and a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. He executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. The saber gave off a bright light as it clashed with this sword strike. Bang! Xiao Chen's body was knocked flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. He rolled back continuously, and the wound on his chest reopened again. It was incomparably painful. It looks like there is no more chance. An inferior grade martial master challenging a medial grade martial saint is simply seeking death. Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly to himself. He originally thought that by relying on the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Golden Lion King, he might have a chance. Only when he truly fought did he realize how wrong he was. His opponent's speed and strength were much higher than his. The Golden Lion King could not even touch him. Just like that, he was already in an undefeatable position. However, now that I know someone is following me, I have achieved my goal. Xiao Chen thought to himself. This person does not have a Saber City identity token on him. The most important thing is that this person uses a sword. That is to say, this person was not sent by Gu Yunbin. At the very least, it is not the worst-case scenario. Berserk! Xiao Chen gave an order in his heart. The Golden Lion King on the ground immediately gave off a boundless, baleful aura. Its speed increased significantly, and it entangled Chang Siyuan, preventing him from chasing after Xiao Chen. Lightning descend! Xiao Chen used another inferior-grade spirit stone. His essence was immediately replenished. Before he left, he summoned out bolts of lightning, continuously annoying Chang Siyuan. To a medial-grade martial saint, the might of this lightning descend was negligible. However, when it struck the body, it was hard to avoid pain. At this moment, he was entangled by the berserk Golden Lion King. Xiao Chen did not have the time to dodge the bolts of lightning. Not long after, he was struck by a few bolts of lightning. His skin was charred black, and all his hair was standing on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Chang Siyuan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. However, he could not do anything to Xiao Chen. At this moment, the speed of this Golden Lion King, which was the size of a small mountain, had increased significantly. It entangled Chang Siyuan, and he had no way to deal with Xiao Chen. It's about time. The berserk Golden Lion King will not be able to last much longer. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. A silver warship appeared, and he leaped off gently, drifting away. Before he left, he gave the Golden Lion King a deep look. He felt that it was a pity. After the Golden Lion King went berserk, there was no way to use it a second time. It would be very difficult to find good materials for it. Back in Saber City, Xiao Chen returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. There was a small wound on his chest that could not be healed. There was always a cold qi lingering on the wound. If he could not expel the cold qi, Xiao Chen would die from blood loss sooner or later. Chapter 148. After Xiao Chen advanced to Martial Grandmaster, the clear spring in his body had turned into a gushing river. The tiny blue dragon had also grown significantly larger and was churning in the river. Xiao Chen could clearly feel that the gushing river had not only much more essence than before, but it was also more ferocious, surging, and pure. The essence in his body circulated for a great cycle. Finally, under Xiao Chen's control, he carefully washed the wound on his chest. A trace of cold qi drifted out from the wound. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. This cold qi could be expelled. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to do anything about it. He might even bleed to death. However, what Xiao Chun did not expect was that the cold qi contained in this tiny wound was much more than he had imagined. Xiao Chun did not eat or drink. He circulated his essence for 2 days and 2 nights before the cold qi was completely expelled. Xiao Chun got up and felt like his entire body was about to collapse. He walked to the wooden bed step by step and collapsed on his back, falling unconscious. Xiao Chun slept for 20 hours. When he woke up, he felt much more refreshed. Xiao Chun's stomach was rumbling from hunger. After he washed up, he quickly found a restaurant to satisfy his craving for good food. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Chun started to think about the details of this mission. Firstly, this mission did not make sense. Furthermore, he was sure that the mysterious martial saint was not one of Gu Binyun's men. When Xiao Chun thought of the intense competition for spots in the inner sect, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that because the spots were limited, Gu Binyun wanted Xiao Chun to back off? However, some people could not hold back and wanted to deal with Xiao Chun once and for all. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Chun smacked the table heavily and smiled coldly in his heart. I want to see who is playing tricks behind my back. After settling the bill, Xiao Chun walked quickly to the city lord's residence. The cultivator guarding the door recognized Xiao Chun's appearance. After he reported his arrival, he brought Xiao Chun in. The city lord was still receiving guests and could not see him for the time being. He could only ask him to wait in the side hall. Xiao Chun smiled indifferently and did not say anything. After that person left, he immediately took out a small bird sculpture from the universe ring. After executing the life bestowal spell, the little bird flapped its wings and flew out the door. Xiao Chun attached his spiritual sense to it, controlling the bird to fly around the city, lord's mansion. He finally found Gu Bingyun in the main hall. In the great hall, Gu Bingyun was speaking with the Yunyang city's Zhang clan head. The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. City Lord Gu, this immortal cloud life extending pill of mine is not an ordinary immortal cloud life extending pill. It contains the extremely rare Yellow Springs grass. It can extend one's lifespan by 40 years. My cultivation has long been stuck at the peak of the Martial Highness realm. However, City Lord Gu, you are at the peak of the Martial King realm. With another 40 years to live, your chances of becoming a martial emperor will increase by leaps and bounds. Once you become a martial emperor, your lifespan will increase by another 100 years. Zhang clan. Xiao Chun frowned. Could it be that Yunyang City's Zhang clan? With a thought, Zhang Xian carefully controlled the bird to fly a little further forward. When Gu Bingyun heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. He will know when to retreat. With his strength, he will not be able to complete the mission I gave him." The Zhang clan head muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I received news that that person has already completed the mission city Lord gave him." Gu Yinbin's expression changed. He placed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table and said sullenly, "Old Zhang, you have to be clear about this. This is someone that Miss Feng recommended. Do you dare to mess around with him?" Old Zhang smiled gently. "City Lord, don't worry. Naturally, I would not dare to mess around with someone that Miss Feng recommended. Many of my Yunyang City's businesses have dealings with the Feng clan. How could I dare to ruin my own livelihood?" Gu Yinbin's expression relaxed, and he slowly said, "It's good that you know. However, this makes things difficult for me. The inner sect has always been very strict. This is because the distribution of resources is very standard. If it were not for Lung Tianyue's mistake, there would not be a spot for Tianyue Peak." Gu Yinbin's eyes lit up as he looked at the peak-grade immortal cloud life extending pill on the table. He was already 120 years old and did not have much lifespan left. This immortal cloud life extending pill held a fatal attraction for him. He had been stuck at peak Martial King for many years. If he could not advance to martial monarch, he would turn into a pile of dust and stop advancing on the path of cultivation. To the people of the world, a martial king was an existence that they could only look up to. If a regular person could become a martial saint in their lifetime, they would already be praying to Buddha and the gods. However, Gu Yunbin knew that this was nothing. The higher one stood, the more insignificant one would feel. The more one was reluctant to part with this world, the more stubborn one was on the path of cultivation. They were not willing to turn into a pile of dust and be forgotten by the world after 100 years. Gu Yunbin's face sank. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and finally said, "I can only let this person enter Qingyun Peak. I will leave the spot for Tianyue Peak for your grandson." When the Zhang clan had heard this, he revealed an expression of joy. He smiled and said, "In that case, I will have to trouble City Lord. I will take my leave first and wait for your news." After the Zhang clan had left, Gu Yunbin picked up the jade bottle containing the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. He rubbed it repeatedly with a smile on his face. He stood up and left the hall. Xiao Qin quickly controlled the small bird to follow behind him silently. After a while, Xiao Qin arrived at his own bedroom. He opened the jade bottle and examined it carefully. City Lord, the person that Miss Feng introduced, has been waiting in the side hall for a long time. A cultivator's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart, "So I have been waiting here for so long. To think that I only report this now." When he thought about how long it took the previous time, he could not help but feel even angrier. Gu Yunbin frowned slightly. "I just started appraising it. To think that he picked this time to come. I can only appraise it later." He placed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and opened the door. "Let's go!" After Gu Yunbin left, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill in the room. Perhaps it was because Gu Bingyun was in a hurry to leave, he did not bring it with him. "Should I just take it away? Damn it, this fellow nearly caused me to die. Why should I be polite to him?" Xiao Qin made up his mind. He did not hesitate and controlled the small bird to fly into the room through the ventilation hole. After the small bird entered, it immediately grabbed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and flew out. Xiao Qin was somewhat nervous. He was afraid that someone would see him, so he controlled the small bird to fly high. After a while, the small bird flew safely into Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Qin quickly withdrew his spell and placed the wooden bird and the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill into his universe ring. Just as he finished doing all this, the door to the side hall opened. Gu Yunbin walked in with a smile on his face. He said, "Nephew Yi Qin, have you completed your mission?" Xiao Chan was mildly astonished, but his expression did not change. He stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Senior City Lord." This junior was fortunate enough to not fail the mission and managed to kill a rank 5 ice ape. After Xiao Qin spoke, he took out the corpse of the ice ape. Gu Binyun's expression changed slightly. Although he had heard this news from the Zhang clan head, he still could not believe it when he saw it for himself. A superior grade martial master actually killed a rank 5 spirit beast. This was unbelievable. He looked at Xiao Qin again, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Qin had actually advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster. My eyes were actually blind. Only now did I discover that nephew has advanced to martial grandmaster. Congratulations. Gu Yunbin looked at Xiao Qin and smiled faintly. However, he felt it was a pity in his heart. This person might really be a talent. Xiao Qin's etiquette was not bad. He said humbly, "I still have to thank Senior City Lord. If it were not for the battle with this rank 5 spirit beast, I would not have been able to advance to martial Grand Master so smoothly." Gu Yunbin's expression froze. Even for someone as smart as him, when he saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not tell if Xiao Chen was mocking him or if he was sincerely thanking him. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. "There is no need to thank me. Being able to advance is your own good fortune." You can continue keeping the corpse of this spirit beast. Later, I will send someone to bring you to Lingyun mountain range." Xiao Chen's emotions were somewhat complicated. He did not inspect the spirit beast's corpse carefully. He called someone over and said, "Bring this little brother to Lingyun mountain range and send him to Qingyun Peak. Bring my identity token there." When this person heard the words Qingyun Peak, his expression was clearly stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. After he received Gu Yunbin's pure gold identity token, he reacted and said, "All right, Brother Yi, please follow me." This was the second time Xiao Qin had heard of Qingyun Peak. Previously, he had guessed it in his heart. Now that he saw this person's expression, he was sure that this Qingyun Peak was not a good place to go. However, it was not convenient for Xiao Qin to question him. He followed that person and started chatting along the way. Xiao Qin knew that this person's surname was Tang and his given name was Dingtian. He was the deputy chief, steward of the city, Lord's residence. He had a lot of authority in Saber City. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was below only one person and above tens of thousands. However, he was very humble. Along the way, he explained to Xiao Qin the things to take note of in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect was split into 7 branches. There were 7 main peaks in the Lingyun mountain range. These 7 branches were stationed on top of them. Every main peak had different requirements for their disciples. The saber techniques and movement techniques they learned were also different. Aside from the pavilion master, who had the most authority in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the peak masters of the various main peaks were next. Aside from them, there was also the Law Enforcement Hall, the Elders' Assembly, and various other organizations. Tang Dingtian made it clear that there were many forbidden areas in the inner sect. Xiao Qin should never enter them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. No matter how powerful one's background was, the Law Enforcement Hall would not show any mercy. Xiao Qin saw that the two of them were somewhat familiar with each other. So he asked the question in his heart, "Chief Manager Tang, can you tell me more about Qingyun Peak?" This was because Xiao Qin discovered that Tang Dingtian spoke a lot. However, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic of where Xiao Qin was going next. Qingyun Peak. Tang Dingtian suddenly stopped speaking. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, "The city lord probably did not tell you. It is not convenient for me to tell you directly. Let's put it this way. Qingyun Peak is the weakest of the 7 main peaks. However, the competition there is less." "The weakest?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart. "That is nothing much. Looking at the situation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the peak master should be at least a martial king. He should be more than capable of giving pointers to Xiao Qin." Chapter 149. What about Tianyue Peak? How strong is it? Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity. Tang Dingtian answered without hesitation. Among the 7 peaks, Tianyue Peak should be the strongest. Furthermore, the competition is also the most intense. As expected, Xiao Qin smiled to himself. Otherwise, it would not be worth an immortal cloud life-extending pill. However, now that this life-extending pill is in my hands, I wonder what expression Gu Yunbin will have. In the backyard of the city, Lord's residence, Tang Dingtian slowly stopped. He took out Gu Yunbin's identity token and shone it at the empty ground. After a while, under Xiao Chen's surprised gaze, a sparkling and translucent jade ship appeared on the ground. Layers of mist spread out, and spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Ceremonial music rang out, and the sound of celestial music lingered in the ears. This was actually an ancient secret treasure that had its hull and dais preserved in perfect condition. Although it was not an offensive secret treasure, it was still very shocking. The ancient secret treasure was over 20,000 years ago. For it to be preserved in such perfect condition, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. When Xiao Chen thought about his Eastern Emperor Bell, he felt very depressed. Even now, He still did not know what went wrong with it. Tang Dingtian was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's surprised expression. He said, "Let's go." The two of them boarded the jade ship. Tang Dingtian casually threw the golden identity token in his hand. The identity token floated above the jade ship. After that, it stopped quietly and started spinning in the air. A golden aura was emitted from it. The jade ship was not Gu Yunbin's personal possession. Hence, it was not as convenient to control as Xiao Chen's silver warship. After a while, the formation on the jade ship activated. The body of the ship flashed with a multicolored light. The melodious sounds of various musical instruments rang out once again. The jade ship soared into the sky with a so sound. Tang Dingtian brought Xiao Chen into the interior of the ship. The rooms inside were all made of white jade. The tables and stools were all made of white jade. There were already prepared dishes and wine inside. Xiao Chen picked up the jade wine cup and thought of walking into the Baron's silver warship. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This difference was not ordinary. The two of them drank and chatted. After flying for a long time, Xiao Chen suddenly felt as though he had passed through a restriction. A massive pressure came over, and he quickly circulated his energy to resist it. Seeing this, Tang Dingtian quickly stopped him and said, "Relax, don't resist. This is only the first restriction. There are still 19 more, and each one is stronger than the last. If you resist, you will be shocked to death." Xiao Chen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped resisting. After a while, he finally felt a little better. After passing through a dozen more restrictions, Tang Dingtian stood up and said, "Let's go. We're here." The two of them walked out of the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship, surrounded by fluttering white clouds. Xiao Chen looked down, and a magnificent scene appeared before his eyes, causing him to exclaim in admiration. The surroundings were filled with towering mountain ranges. Occasionally, birds would fly by in the clouds. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he noticed that many of the birds were carrying people. Those who recognized Tang Dingtian would smile and greet him when they passed by. When Xiao Chen looked around, there were mountains and forests on the majestic peaks of the clouds. The mountains were filled with lush greenery, and there were exquisite ancient buildings. There were also lone peaks that rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It was unknown how tall they were. It was a very magnificent sight. There was a smooth platform directly below the jade warship. It was a huge mountain that looked like it had been shaved off by someone. There were countless palaces on the platform. The size of this place was comparable to a small city. Tang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "This is the heaven viewing platform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall is here as well. It can be considered the core of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I will go and register your information now." The jade warship slowly descended, bringing the two of them towards the west side of the heaven viewing platform. The scene on the platform was very lively. When they got closer, Xiao Chen could clearly feel how huge the heaven viewing platform was. The jade warship stopped in front of a pavilion. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw an ancient wooden sign above the pavilion. There were 3 bold words on it, "Returning Cloud Hall." The two of them jumped off the jade warship. After Tang Dingtian showed Xiao Chen Gu Yunbin's golden identity token, he led Xiao Chen in without any obstructions. The people inside all recognized Tang Dingtian. Tang Dingtian had a gentle smile on his face as he greeted everyone. The pavilion was very spacious. The crowd was sparse. It was very cold and cheerless. Xiao Chen followed behind Tang Dingtian. He curiously looked at the layout of the returning cloud hall. There were many martial scriptures carved on the surrounding wooden walls. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. There were many superior grade, profound, ranked martial techniques carved on the wooden walls. There were even a few earth-ranked martial techniques. "Brother Tang, are you here to spar with me again?" You lost the last time and have yet to pay for the wine you owe me. A carefree voice came from the front. A man dressed in green walked over slowly. Tang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. Brother Lu Chen's memory is really good. I am here on official business. City Lord Ge is here to recommend someone. After Tang Dingtian spoke, he handed Ge Yinbin's golden identity token to Lu Chen. In Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the identity token not only represented a person's identity, but also their status. The ordinary people of Saber City had a wooden identity token. The outer disciples had an iron identity token. The inner disciples had a silver identity token. And the inner core disciples had a platinum identity token. As for the golden identity token, only people of the peak master level would have one. The effect of the identity token was very big. Many times it would even recognize the identity token and not the person. When Gu Yunbin handed his identity token to Tang Dingtian, it was equivalent to him coming personally. Tang Dingtian's words could be considered his words. Oh. Lu Chen received the golden identity token and looked at it carefully. After a while, he looked at Xiao Chen, who was behind Tang Dingtian, and said, "Is this the little brother I am recommending?" Tang Dingtian nodded and introduced, "This is Lu Chen, the hall master of this place. He is also the youngest hall master in the history of the returning Cloud Hall. This is Yi Chen, a cultivator recommended by the Feng clan." Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at Lu Chen. He was somewhat astonished. Lu Chen's handsome appearance did not look more than 30 years old. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chen was very terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. "Yi Chen greets, Hall Master." Lu Chen smiled and nodded gently. He asked, "City Lord is recommending him to Tianyue Peak, right? It seems like only Tianyue Peak has a vacancy recently. Come over here and register with me." Tang Dingtian's expression froze for a while. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "This City Lord Ge is recommending Qingyun Peak, not Tianyue Peak." When Lu Chen heard this, the smile on his face froze. However, he immediately reacted and said, "Qingyun Peak? That's not bad. Senior Sister Ryue came to me a few days ago to rush me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he followed behind the two of them. They arrived at a room filled with rows of bookshelves. These bookshelves were much taller than ordinary bookshelves. They were at least 4 meters tall. There were all sorts of numbers carved on the bookshelves. Lu Chen walked inside and casually opened a book. A black book slowly floated down. Tang Dingtian handed over Xiao Chen's information. Lu Chen took a look and smiled. To be able to become an inferior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 16, your talent is pretty good. I believe Senior Sister Yuru will be satisfied this time. After they finished registering, Lu Chen led the two of them to the top floor of the returning Cloud Hall. He said to Xiao Chen, "The creation of the identity token will take another 2 days. I will send someone to deliver it to Qingyun Peak." On the top floor, Lu Chen sent out a messenger pigeon. Tang Dingtian explained to the side that this was to inform the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak to send someone to receive Xiao Chen. The three of them were very patient. They waited quietly. After a while, a green bird flew over from the horizon. On it was a graceful girl. As Xiao Chen stood below, he could only see a blurry figure. However, he could feel the beauty of the girl. Lu Chen looked at the sky and smiled faintly. "They're here." There was a melodious bird cry, and the green bird slowly stopped at the top of the building. A girl wearing green, tight-fitting robes nimbly jumped down from the green bird. The tight-fitting cultivator's robes made the girl's fiery figure and exquisite figure very obvious. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was as warm as jade. She had the charm of a mature girl, without any hint of the inexperience of a young girl. When Xiao Chen saw the girl walking over leisurely, he praised her in his heart. Based on her figure and face, She would definitely be a top-tier older sister in the hearts of the otakus in his previous life. What astonished Xiao Qin was the identity token on the girl's waist. It was an eye-catching golden identity token. However, based on her age, she was definitely not more than 20 years old. Although she was a medial grade martial saint, she was still far from being a peak master. However, no one dared to wear an identity token in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could this girl really be the peak master of Qingyun Peak? Just as Xiao Qin was feeling suspicious, the girl had already walked over quickly. After she glanced at Xiao Qin, she went to Lu Chen's side and took a look at Xiao Qin's information. Yi Qin, 16 years old, inferior grade martial grandmaster. The girl's melodious voice read out slowly. After that, she said to Lu Qin, "Junior brother Lu Qin, are you trying to deceive me? Every time I come to you to ask for someone, you try to fool me." Lu Qin smiled. "No, senior sister Ryue definitely did not do that this time. This time, he is someone recommended by the Feng clan. City, Lord Gu arranged for him to be in Qingyun Peak." "Recommended by Feng Feishue?" Lu Ryue said softly. A light flashed in her clear eyes as she carefully sized up Xiao Qin. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sharp, killing qi heading towards him. This killing qi was very straightforward and direct as it rushed towards him. Shua! There was a flash of saber light. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, Lu Ryue's 2-finger-wide, 1-meter-long saber was suddenly unsheathed. It gave off a cold light as it quickly chopped towards him. Lu Ryue's speed was very fast. Xiao Chen only saw a flash of a cold light and the saber was already in front of him. Without any time to think, Xiao Chen did an iron plank bridge stance. He bent his legs and leaned back. The saber moved in front of Xiao Chen's face, and a few strands of his hair were easily cut off. Then they slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body flew backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly pulled out the lunar shadow saber. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen's quick reaction, a trace of astonishment flashed in the depths of her eyes. She shouted softly, and the small saber in her hand gave off a buzzing sound. The sound was extremely joyful, reverberating in the air. Chapter 150. On the roof. Everyone's weapons could not help but shake. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chen thought to himself in astonishment, listening to the sword and communicating with it. It's listening to the sword and communicating with it again. This was the second person that Xiao Chen met who grasped this state since he came to Xia province. However, it was clear that Lu Ryue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. Back when he fought with Lung Liusu, his weapon did not have such a reaction. While Xiao Chen was astonished, Lu Ryue's figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chen. The saber in her hand chopped mercilessly at Xiao Chen. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber to block. When the weapons clashed, it gave off a metallic sound. Lu Ryue's speed became faster and faster. Soon, Xiao Chen could only see a blurry saber image. He could only rely on his intuition and continuously execute drawing the saber. What a fast saber! Xiao Chen was astonished. This should be the result of Lu Ryue suppressing her strength. The force of the saber was controlled to a level that Xiao Chen could endure. Xiao Chen had never seen such a fast saber before. The other party was not using any exquisite saber techniques. It was just a simple sweep, hack, push, slice, skim, chop, chop, and pierce. These were the 8 movements of the basic saber techniques. However, they caused Xiao Chen to be unable to retaliate. He could only continuously execute, drawing the saber to block. However, to continuously execute drawing the saber required constant concentration. Furthermore, Every time he executed drawing the saber, it would be blocked. Before the momentum of the rushing thunder saber could rise, it would be extinguished. This was a great taboo in the rushing thunder saber technique. Like this, Xiao Chen's stamina was depleting quickly. On the other hand, Lu Riyue did not seem to know fatigue. She did not stop her saber for even a moment. Huang! After a while, Lu Riyue sheathed her saber. Her charming face revealed a satisfied smile. She said, "Your reaction is not bad. However, your fundamentals are not solid enough. I can tell that you have not practiced for long enough." After she spoke, she walked over to Xiao Chen. Her lily-white hands pinched Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was already very tired. When he saw this, he was startled. He did not know where he got the strength to take a big step back. He was so fast that he did not seem exhausted at all. Lu Chen and Tang Dingtian, who were next to him, could not help but laugh out loud when they saw that. They said immediately, "Little brother Yi Chen, don't worry. I'm just testing your bone age." Testing one's bone age was something that many sects would do. It was mainly to prevent people from falsely reporting their age and practicing fraud. Xiao, Xiao from Xiao, 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 Xiao Chen. To Chin, to say, from Xiao, Xiao Chin, Chin, Chin to Chen, Chin, started to test his age from to his Chens to Xiao, Xiao. They started to test Xiao Chen's bone age. This time, Xiao Chen did not dare to move. He just stood where he was. Lu Riyue started to rub her hands rhythmically. The bones in Xiao Chen's upper body were so close. The faint fragrance from the girl entered Xiao Chen's nose. It caused Xiao Chen's heart to be in a mess. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Lu Riyue withdrew her hands. She revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed 16 years old. A 16-year-old inferior grade martial grandmaster. You are slightly weaker than me back then, but still passable. You are Yi Chen, right? Call me master." Xiao Chen sweated profusely. He felt a headache coming. Since he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he must have thought of taking a master. However, even if Xiao Chen was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that his master would be such a girl who did not look much older than him. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Lu Riyue raised her eyebrows. She said fiercely, "Are you not willing? Since you are not willing, then don't choose my Qingyun Peak. If I make a wasted trip, the consequences will be severe. Even Feng Feishue will not be able to protect you." Lu Riyue's right hand grasped her saber hilt. Her face revealed a murderous intent. She was prepared to draw her saber at any moment. Xiao Chen was speechless. This girl is too intrepid. Lu Qin had a gentle smile on his handsome face. He slowly walked over and said, "Yi Chen, you don't have to worry. If you enter Qingyun Peak, your stipend will not be lower than that of the other peaks. Furthermore, with senior sister Yulan's strength, it should not be a problem for her to teach you. In the future, if you become a core disciple, you can enter the Divine Saber Camp as well. The most important thing is that senior sister Yulan is now the acting peak master. If you become her disciple, your seniority will be the same as Brother Tang." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. There were quite a lot of benefits. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. This Lu Riyue was only a few years older than him. It was hard for him to get over this hurdle in his heart. He could not help but lower his head. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in his hand from the corner of his eye. His heart could not help but tighten. It had been almost half a year since he left Mo City. Didn't he come out to undo the seal on Ao Jiao in advance? This was a great opportunity. Coincidentally, Lu Riyue had grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it. Taking her as his master was clearly the best choice. After thinking this through, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and said decisively, "Disciple Yi Chen, today I sincerely come to take Qingyun Peak's peak master, Lu Riyue, as my master. I hope Master will grant me this wish. Actually, Xiao Chen already had a plan in his heart. After all, he was currently using an alias. Furthermore, he had changed his appearance. He could just fall out with her at any time. The murderous intent on Lu Rui's face slowly disappeared. Her charming face revealed a gentle smile. She said seriously, Qingyun Peak's Ru Generation's Peak Master, Lu Rui, will accept Yi Qin as my disciple today. I will do my best to teach him seriously. After Lu Rui spoke, she helped Xiao Chen up. She said to Lu Qin and Tang Dingtian, the two of you have to be my Qingyun Peak's witnesses. Lu Qin smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will immediately change Yi Chen's identity. I will also make a new identity token. Tang Dingtian took out a short saber from the universe ring and handed it to Xiao Chen. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on becoming a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Take this short saber as my gift to you for taking you in as my disciple. Xiao Chen received the short saber and slowly pulled it out. A cold light flickered on the saber. It was actually an Earth-ranked spirit weapon. This Tang Dingtian was really willing to part with it. Lu Rui smiled at Lu Qin. Junior Brother Lu, shouldn't you do something as well? Chief Steward Tang gave you an Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Lu Qin took out a book and smiled faintly. I can see that the aura in your body is unstable and abnormally chaotic. You must have learned too many things and are unable to unify them. When you have time, read this flowing cloud scripture. It will be beneficial to you. Xiao Chen quickly gave his thanks and received it. This flowing cloud scripture was really good stuff. He had heard of it before. It was derived from the ancient martial scriptures and Taoist scriptures. It was very famous. Xiao Chen did not expect that he would be able to obtain a handwritten copy of the flowing cloud scripture from Lu Qin after taking Lu Yueru as his master. This was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yueru brought Xiao Chen onto the green bird and bid farewell to the two of them. After that, the green bird flapped its wings and created a huge shock wave, bringing the two of them into the air. Tang Dingtian watched the two of them leave and said, I say, Brother Lu, you are really generous. Normally, when I ask you to borrow the flowing cloud scripture, I have to spend a lot of effort. Today, you are very straightforward, directly giving it away. Lu Qin turned around and smiled at him. You are not much better off than me. That dagger is called Magatama. It came from the hands of a Haotian. It is not an ordinary Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Tang Dingtian sighed. I feel pity for this youth's talent. He had Miss Feng's recommendation letter and even hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast before he could obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Gu Yunbin allowed him to enter Qingyun Peak. I really don't know what he was thinking. It is very strange. Lu Chen revealed an astonished expression. He hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast by himself? He is only an inferior grade martial master. How is this possible? Tang Dingtian withdrew his gaze and said, I'm afraid you will be even more astonished. When he hunted down the rank 5 spirit beast, he was only a peak superior grade martial master. He only advanced after that. Lu Chen's expression immediately changed. However, after a while he laughed carefree. Tang Dingtian did not understand. Lu Chen replied, Let's go and have a drink later. My treat today. High up in the sky, the green bird soared in the sky. Xiao Chen sat behind Lu Rui and asked, Master, can I ask you a question? Lu Rui smiled gently. When there is no one around, just call me Elder Sister Rui, like Feng Feishue does. I am not that much older than you, so I cannot bully you. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Lu Rui dared to accept him as her disciple the first time they met. A large part of the reason was probably because he was acquainted with Feng Feishue. I would like to ask, how many inner disciples does our Qingyun Peak have? How many elders are there? And how many disciples does elder sister Ryua have? Xiao Qin had been curious about this question for a long time. Now that he had an opportunity, he could not help but ask in one breath. Lu Ryua turned her head and asked in a strange tone, "Don't you know? Don't tell me that you came to Qingyun Peak without knowing anything?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun had a bad feeling in his heart. He smiled bitterly. "I really did not know anything before I entered Qingyun Peak." Lu Ryue felt a headache coming on. She said in a very grave tone, "Before you came, the answers were all zeros. After you came, they were all ones." Xiao Qin felt dizzy. Although he already knew that Qingyun Peak was the weakest, he did not expect it to be so weak that there was not a single person there. Lu Ryue smiled. "This is also the reason why I accepted you as my disciple. In this Qingyun Peak, there is no one to teach you. However, you don't have to think so much. There are benefits to having fewer people. With this peak master giving you special treatment, not many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have such treatment. A peak master who is not even a martial king?" It had to be known that the strength of the outer sect master, Gu Yunbin, was already a peak martial king. How could the strength of the inner sect's peak master be low? However, Xiao Qin did not mind in the end. After all, he was here to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was not related to strength. It did not mean that one would be able to grasp it just because they were strong. In the end, it was still about talent and comprehension. To Xiao Qin, having a master who knew listening to the sword and communicating with it was enough to make up for all of Lu Ruyue's disadvantages. After a while, a sharp, lonely peak appeared in front of Xiao Qin. It pierced the sky. There were clouds surrounding the peak. It was boundlessly hazy, making it hard to see clearly. Chapter 151. The forest on the peak was lush and verdant. Occasionally, there would be groups of buildings hidden in the greenery. The green bird carried the two of them and landed halfway up the mountain. Lu Ryue was the first to jump down. Then she said to Xiao Qin, "This is Qingyun Peak. In the future, you will be one of my Qingyun Peak's people. Later, I will find someone to bring you around." Xiao Chun nodded his head and started to size up his surroundings carefully. There were tall trees all around him. There was a small platform in front of him, and there was a stretch of buildings. A young man quickly floated over from the front. His figure was strangely fast, and soon he arrived before the two of them. "Lu Suifeng, why are you here?" Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's face. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin, he was astonished as well. "Yi Qin, why are you here?" When Lu Ryue saw that the two of them knew each other, she was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "It's great that you know each other. Suifeng, bring Yi Qin around Qingyun Peak. At the same time, help him find a place to stay. This is the disciple that I just accepted." Lu Suifeng had an expression of disbelief in his eyes. "That can't be. Sis, you can actually accept a disciple? This is too illogical. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and do something for me." Lu Ryue frowned and scolded jokingly. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Never mind, brother Yi. Let me bring you around first. There are very few people on this Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, if you get lost, you might not even be able to find your way back." Lu Suifeng did not expect Lu Ryue and Lu Suifeng to be siblings. It was such a coincidence. Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Qin and started to wander around. The two of them chatted along the way. Lu Suifeng did not hide anything about Qingyun Peak and told Xiao Qin everything honestly. 20 years ago, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion suffered a calamity. Even the pavilion master at that time died in that calamity. Among the 7 peaks, Qingyun Peak suffered the greatest loss. Almost all the elders of the previous generation of Qingyun Peak died. Furthermore, the peak master, who was Lu Suifeng's father, lost his martial spirit in the calamity and became a cripple. Just like that, the entire Qingyun sect had completely declined. Without the older generation to hold down the fort, the younger disciples had almost all left in recent years. The disciples that joined the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all knew about Qingyun Peak. Naturally, no one would choose to go to a peak that did not even have a martial king. Some of the weaker cultivators wanted to fish in troubled waters and get close to Qingyun sect. As for Lu Ruiyue, she did not think much of them. This resulted in the number of Qingyun Peak guests dwindling over the past 20-odd years. There was not a single official disciple. Shaoqin felt suspicious as he asked, "What kind of calamity is it?" All the older generation of Qingyun Peak died. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master passed away. This is too horrifying. Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, "There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is not a secret. Every big sect in the Great Qin nation has a large, spatial crack sealed within. Originally, these seals were unbreakable. However, 1,000 years ago, the Thunder King Sangmu came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and fought with the pavilion master at that time. At that time, the two of them, Sangmu and the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master, were peak martial sages. The shock waves from their battle could easily flatten a peak. The shock waves from their battle affected the seal left by the three holy masters. The seal was damaged. Every once in a while, we have to invite the people of the three holy masters to repair it. However, 20 years ago, it was the divine martial gate's turn to repair it. In the end, something unexpected happened and they arrived late. Lu Suifeng paused for a while before continuing. You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of demons from the demonic world came out. There was even a demon master. I heard from the older generation that the sky of the entire Lingyun mountain range was covered in demonic qi. After the battle, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion became like this. Actually, Lu Suifeng did not know much. 20 years ago, he was not even born yet. All this was what he heard from the older generation. Hence, there were some parts that he was not clear about. Xiao Chen looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand and his heart tightened. No wonder the old man outside the city said that if people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knew that he was the successor of the Thunder King, he would not have a good ending. So that was the reason. If it were not for the Thunder King's arrival, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have suffered such a calamity. Suddenly, Xiao Qin thought of something. He said, "That's right, where is your father now? Is he not at Qingyun Peak anymore?" Lu Suifeng pointed to the summit and said, "He spends most of his time at the summit of Qingyun Peak. They say he is in closed-door training. I only see him a few times a year." Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The old man outside the city also did not have a martial spirit. It was easy for people to associate him with that. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. After the two of them walked for a distance, a loud shout came from the front. Xiao Chen looked forward and discovered that it was the tall and sturdy youth that he had seen before. His arms and legs were bound with metal blocks, and he was practicing his fist techniques. Beside him, there was a delicate-looking girl practicing some kind of interesting fist technique. Her speed was very slow, but it looked very charming. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered that it was similar to the Wing Chun fist of his previous life. Lu Suifeng explained, "This is Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. They are the descendants of an old friend of my father. They grew up with me. However, their physiques are special. They are unable to condense a martial spirit." "What martial technique are they practicing? I don't think I have seen it before," Xiao Qin asked suspiciously. Without a martial spirit, one was equivalent to a cripple. Back then, he was mocked by the Xiao clan for many years because he was unable to condense a martial spirit. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "It is passed down in the family. Don't underestimate them. Even if that Xiao Yang was a regular martial master, he would not be a match for him." When Xiao Yang heard the voices of the two of them, he took a careful look. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He removed the metal from his arms and legs and quickly ran over. Elder Brother Sui Feng, has our benefactor already entered the inner sect? Xiao Qin felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. Xiao Yang, you really don't have to take it to heart. Just call me Yi Qin. We are all of the same age. There is no need to be so reserved." Xiao Yang's honest face revealed a simple smile. He said seriously, "You saved my life and Xiao Meng's. It is definitely not a small matter." Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, said, "Yi Qin has already been accepted as a disciple by my elder sister. In the future, he will be staying at Qingyun Peak." When Xiao Yang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Is that so? In that case, Xiao Meng and I will go help out and tidy up the room. In the future, if Elder Brother Qin has any matters, you can instruct us at any time." After Xiao Yang spoke, he brought Xiao Meng and rushed forward. Lu Suifeng could not stop them at all. He could not help but smile bitterly. Why do I not feel that these two fellows are usually so hard-working? The two of them continued to walk towards the peak. Along the way, they saw many tall buildings. However, they were all empty. There was not a single person in them. Finally, Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Qin to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. There was a small stream flowing slowly beside the pavilion. The stream was boundlessly green, and there was the sound of splashing water. There was a cool breeze in the pavilion. After walking for a long time, the two of them were already sweating. When the cool breeze blew, it was very refreshing. Lu Suifeng said softly, "If we go further up, we will reach the important places of Qingyun Peak. Some of the library halls and Qingyun Pavilion are up there. There are people from the main hall standing guard there. If there is nothing important, it is best not to go there." "That's right, Yi Qin. I feel something is strange. Of the 7 inner sects, why did you choose Qingyun Peak? With your talent, you should be able to enter the other sections." Xiao Qian thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. "I came to Qingyun Peak mainly for the sake of learning listening to the sword and communicating with it." "Listening to the sword and communicating with it? You chose the right place. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only my elder sister and Lang Liusu know listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is somewhat ethereal. It is too much of a test of comprehension and talent." Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. He did not expect Xiao Qin to come to Qingyun Peak for this reason. Xiao Qin thought, Lu Suifeng is Lu Riyue's younger brother. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it would definitely be better than others. So he asked, "I heard people say that listening to the sword and communicating with it is innate. If you are not born with it, no matter how talented you are, you will not be able to learn it. Is that true?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "Nonsense. My elder sister grasped it on her own. However, no one knows how she learned it." A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Riyue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was actually grasped by herself. However, he felt that it was much stronger than Lang Liusu's. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is something that can only be chanced upon. If you focus on it, you will not be able to comprehend anything in your entire life. It is best not to be too stubborn about it. Otherwise, it will delay your cultivation. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, indicating that he understood. If he grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be of great help to the weapons he learned in the future. A normal person might need to learn a martial technique for a few days or even a few months. However, a person who grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it might be able to learn it in a day. Furthermore, they would be able to understand it more thoroughly. However, this kind of state was too ethereal. Many people pursued it bitterly. In the end, not only did they not learn it, they even delayed their cultivation. There were many such examples. Xiao Qin grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. He did not know if he would end up like these people, obtaining nothing in the end. However, for the sake of his oath, he had to give it a try. If he did not even have the courage to try, he would seem too weak. After that, Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Qin back to his residence. There were very few people in Qingyin Peak. Xiao Chen was allocated a large courtyard. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were helping him clear up the rubbish and dust in the courtyard. By the time everyone left, it was already dusk. As the sun set, it looked very different from the mountain. Xiao Qin did not rest for long. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist, pouring into his body in an endless stream. What a dense spiritual energy! Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as at the foot of the mountain. It was even denser than the strange cave at the source of the Zhuang River at the edge of Savage Forest. No wonder the competition between the outer sect and the inner sect was so intense. Cultivating here, the environment was much better than at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 152. Xiao Qin had just advanced to inferior grade Martial Grandmaster not long ago. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. The surging spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it all flowed into his dantian. It was like a surging flood. The river instantly swelled up. The tiny blue dragon swam freely in the river, occasionally creating splashes. These splashes were the purest essence. With just a thought from Xiao Qin, the river immediately surged with a huge wave. A huge amount of essence poured out from his dantian and flowed into the various meridians in his body. The essence permeated his meridians and entered his skin, flesh, and bones, nourishing Xiao Chen's strong physical body. When the essence was exhausted, the spiritual energy that he absorbed from the surroundings flowed back into his dantian, repeating this process over and over again. Time passed very quickly while Xiao Chen was cultivating. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. After stretching his legs, Xiao Chen felt refreshed, filled with boundless energy. Knock, knock, knock. There was a series of knocks on the door. Lu Riyue's melodious voice could be heard. Little disciple, stop sleeping in. It's time to wake up. Just as Lu Riyue was about to continue knocking, the door to Xiao Chen's room suddenly opened. Lu Riyue looked at the energetic Xiao Chen and said, "You are in good spirits. Let's go. In the future, remember to go to the dueling grounds punctually at this time. If you don't go, you will be punished." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It seems like I have not eaten breakfast yet. It's best not to. Otherwise, your stomach will spoil." Lu Riyue said, casually with a smile on her face. "That's serious?" Xiao Qin had a bad feeling in his heart. He followed Lu Riyue and arrived at a vast dueling ground. This dueling ground was very large. It was completely made of the hard, heavenly mountain stone. Just the ceiling alone was 100 meters tall. When standing in the middle, one would feel very small. The area of the dueling ground was very obvious. There were all sorts of equipment. However, there was only Lu Suifeng in the huge dueling ground, practicing his saber alone. It seemed very spacious. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin, he smiled faintly as a greeting. "Elder sister Riyue, do you have any powerful saber techniques to impart to me?" When they arrived at the dueling grounds, Xiao Qin felt much more relaxed. He said with a smile on his face. Lu Riyue mocked, "You want to learn a powerful saber technique with your foundation? Not to mention a heaven-ranked saber technique. Even if it was an earth-ranked saber technique, you would not be able to learn its essence." This was not the first time Lu Riyue said that Xiao Chen's foundation was weak. Xiao Chen was not convinced. even though he only learned saber techniques halfway through. However, ever since he started cultivating, he had been diligent and had never slacked off. Why did he always say that his foundation was weak? When Lu Riyue saw Xiao Chen's expression, she was not convinced. She smiled. If you are not convinced, then show me your most powerful saber technique. I guarantee that it will not exceed the strength of a martial grandmaster. Xiao Chen also wanted to test Lu Riyue's strength. Back in the returning Cloud Hall, because of Lu Riyue's sudden attack, he was not convinced in his heart. It could be said that he was waiting for this opportunity. Holding the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In that case, watch carefully. I will only execute the fastest saber technique in the world once. I will definitely convince you. Kassier, a cold light flashed, and the lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn from its scabbard. The instant the saber light was drawn, there was a clap of thunder behind Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electricity. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. The saber light was extremely fast as it hacked at Lu Riyue. At such a close distance and making the first move, Xiao Chen was absolutely confident that he could force Lu Riyue back. As long as Lu Riyue retreated, the rushing thunder saber technique would instantly unleash a chain of attacks. His aura would slowly rise to the peak. Even if he could not defeat her, she would not dare to underestimate him. Dang! A melodious metallic sound rang out. Xiao Chen did not even see how Lu Riyue drew her small saber. He discovered that the small saber in Lu Riyue's hand was even faster. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and hacked at the lunar shadow saber. A huge force came from the saber. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He felt an urge to throw the lunar shadow saber away. The huge force was transmitted into Xiao Chen's body. He took 2 steps back before he could stand stably. Lu Riyue's swift saber strike was still in his mind. That was just an ordinary saber strike. It was not like drawing the saber, which was a martial technique. However, its speed was boundlessly fast. However, Xiao Chen was still unconvinced. He had not executed the rushing thunder saber technique yet. If he had the opportunity to execute it, Lu Riyue would definitely look at him in a different light. Xiao Chen shouted and took a ferocious step forward. Thunder roared again, and the gushing river in his dantian splashed up. It turned into a strand of vast essence and poured into the saber. Saber lights appeared everywhere as Xiao Chen executed, drawing the saber again. However, the result did not change. Lu Riyue did not move from her original position. The small saber in her hand arrived first and easily broke the saber strike. Seeing Xiao Chen flying back, the corner of Lu Riyue's lips curled up. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. This is the fastest saber technique in the world? It is merely so. After being ridiculed by a girl who was only a few years older than him, Xiao Chen became anxious. He executed drawing the saber again, but the result did not change. Xiao Chen moved back again and waved his hand. No way. You cannot block this move of mine. Otherwise, I will not be able to execute the more powerful moves. Lu Riyue burst out in laughter. A rare, mischievous expression appeared on her face as she said, "As you wish. Let me experience the fastest saber technique in the world." A gleam flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The moment Lu Riyue said that, he immediately executed drawing the saber. Lu Riyue flew back, and Xiao Chen quickly executed the arc-light chop. Dang! Xiao Chen's hand was still in the stance of the arc-light chop. However, a cold light flashed and struck the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. This saber strike was fast and accurate. It struck the hilt of the saber. The space between Xiao Chen's fingers and the hilt of the saber did not injure Xiao Chen's fingers at all. Lu Riyue sheathed her saber. Her pretty face was solemn, and she emitted a killing intent from her body. The fastest saber technique in the world. I will only use one saber strike. I will show you what is the true drawing the saber. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already drawn the small saber in her hand. The instant the saber left the scabbard, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere. The saber light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. The dazzling saber light caused Xiao Chen's eyes to hurt. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the strong wind had already stopped. Lu Riyue sheathed her saber and stood there motionlessly, as if everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. However, Xiao Chun felt a chill on his neck. He extended his hand to touch it and felt a faint pain. It was unknown when a small wound had appeared on his neck. He could not help but be startled. If this wound was any deeper, he would have died. However, he did not react at all. The resplendent saber light lit up, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck. Furthermore, in the instant she drew her saber, Lu Riyue had controlled her strength to the extreme. The so-called withdrawing and releasing as one wished, killing in the blink of an eye, was a description of Lu Riyue's current state. Xiao Chun could not help but find it funny. In the past, he thought that he was already very fast when he drew his saber. Today he was completely convinced. Lu Riyue smiled faintly. Little Yi Qin, do you still dare to doubt master strength? Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. I don't dare anymore. I will listen to elder sister Riyue in the future. Can you start teaching me now? A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Riyue's face. However, when Xiao Chun saw this, he trembled in fear. There are some training blocks over there. Tie 100 kilograms of metal to me and run 20 laps around the dueling ground. You are not allowed to use essence. If I discover you using essence, I will seal your acupoints and double the punishment. Xiao Chen looked at the huge dueling ground. If he ran 1 lap around it, it would be at least 1,000 meters. He could not help but feel a headache. This, elder sister Riyue, isn't this a little too much? Lu Riyue smiled faintly. First, you tease master. Now you contradict me. Add another 10 laps. Damn. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. This Lu Riyue looks like a gentle big sister. I did not expect her to be so heartless when she becomes ruthless. When one was under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their head. Xiao Qin helplessly walked to the side of the dueling ground and slowly tied the metal to his body. Then he started to jog. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak, so he did not find it too difficult. Lu Suifeng looked at the jogging Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. He walked to Lu Riyue's side and said, Sis, this rushing thunder saber technique has been used by Xiao Qin to create thunder with every saber strike. It is very imposing and can be said to be pretty good. Why do you still want to deal a blow to him? Lu Riyue revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. This fellow is too arrogant. He should have a lot of combat experience. If you do not deal a blow to him, he will not be convinced by you. Furthermore, his foundations are indeed too weak. He needs to be trained properly. The potential of the rushing thunder saber technique can still be dug out. Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, That's right, sis. What do you think about the matter I told you yesterday? Listening to the sword and communicating with it? Lu Riyue revealed a contemplative expression. Since Yi Chan was recommended by Feng Feishue and he saved Xiaoyang and Xiaoming earlier, there should not be any problems with his character. If he wants to learn, there is no harm in teaching him. However, this listening to the sword and communicating with it is too vague. I will temporarily suppress him. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen's back and said, I feel that Qingyun Peak might have a chance in this year's end-of-year competition. When Lu Riyue heard this, there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She said indifferently, All these years I have always wanted to prove myself. However, there has never been a suitable successor for Qingyun Peak. I hope you will not disappoint me this time. Xiao Chen ran 30 laps for 4 hours before he finished. The first few laps were nothing much. After all, he had the strength of his physical body. Even if he did not use his essence, there was no pressure. However, after running for a while, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. There was definitely some special material under the dueling ground. He felt that his stamina was being depleted very quickly. Chapter 153. In the end, with every step he took, his bones felt like they were going to fall apart. He breathed like a bull, and every step he took was extremely arduous. There were few times when Xiao Chen felt like lying down and not running anymore. However, when he looked at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field and saw the expression in her eyes, he could not help but feel proud. I must not collapse in front of her. That would be too embarrassing. When the final lap was over, Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did his best to suppress the urge to collapse. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. When a person was tired and their body reached its limits, entering a state of cultivation would allow them to bring out their full potential. In the past, Xiao Chen understood this principle. However, there was no one to supervise him, so he had never entered such a state. Now that he had this opportunity, there was naturally no reason for him to give it up. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. When the essence circulated once in his body, it seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones. Xiao Chen felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. His body felt extremely comfortable. The sweat on his body slowly evaporated into white smoke. Lu Riyue stood at the side and saw all this. She revealed an apologetic smile, and a look of reminiscence flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was like she was looking at herself from the past. After a while, Xiao Chen slowly stopped circulating the essence in his body. He opened his eyes and happened to meet Lu Riyue's gaze. He smiled gently and stood up. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Elder sister Riyue, you can teach me now, right?" Lu Riyue smiled gently. "Not bad. The saber technique you used earlier should be the rushing thunder saber technique. I practiced this saber technique when I was young. However, it did not suit my style, so I gave up on it." A look of doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Riyue practiced the rushing thunder saber technique before? This was very strange. Didn't Feng Feishues say that the saber technique came from the Heavenly Qin school? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's heart, Lu Riyue explained, "Don't be too surprised. Aside from some inherited martial techniques, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has most of the saber techniques in their collection. I once gave up on this saber technique because of its style. Let me ask you now, what do you think the style of the rushing thunder saber technique is? Do you think it suits you? What is the style of the rushing thunder saber technique?" Xiao Chen had never considered this question before. Even more so, he did not consider whether this saber technique was suitable for him. However, after practicing the rushing thunder saber technique for so long, Xiao Chen had some understanding of the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. After thinking for a while, it was not difficult for him to answer. Fierce and fast, imposing and forceful. It is like a gushing river. After it is unleashed, it will flow unceasingly, advancing forward with an indomitable will. Lu Riyue nodded and said, "It looks like your understanding is pretty good. However, the words you used earlier were to describe the characteristics of the rushing thunder saber technique and not its style. Style is the last sentence. Move forward with indomitable will and never retreat. Taking a step back is the difference between life and death. Putting yourself on the edge of death to fight and forcing yourself into a dead end. Do you think you are suited for the style?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was as if he had been enlightened. Some of the problems that he had been unable to figure out in the past suddenly became clear. In the past, he always felt that his understanding of the rushing thunder saber technique was lacking something. Today, he finally understood what he was lacking. What he was lacking was that kind of decisiveness, that kind of overwhelming decisiveness, to not retreat even in the face of death. However, am I really suited for the style? Xiao Qin could not help but ponder this question. After a while, a resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He thought of the past and said seriously, I understand now. I am suited for the style. Even though I am still lacking now, I will not give up on it in the future. Lu Rue smiled faintly. I feel that you are not suited for it. When we exchanged moves earlier, you actually wanted me to let you have one move first. You wanted to take advantage of the situation. That is definitely not the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, however, you have already broken my saber technique. How can I not retreat? That is impossible. If I were to face an opponent of equal strength or a similar cultivation realm, I would definitely not retreat. You are really stubborn. The strength I used earlier definitely did not exceed that of a martial grandmaster. If you don't believe me, you can try again. Lu Ryue's pretty face was filled with smiles. She had an eager look on her face. When Xiao Chen thought of the situation earlier, he smiled embarrassedly. I think it's better not. I'll just believe you. Lu Rue felt it was a pity as she said, Never mind, I will not tease you any more. It is too early to tell you all this. It is normal that you do not understand. You should practice the 8 basic saber techniques first. Let me see. Xiao Chan revealed an embarrassed expression. I don't think I have learned the basic saber techniques before. When I was young, my family only required me to learn the basic palm techniques and fist techniques. The basics of the saber and the sword were optional. At that time, I did not think of practicing the saber, so I did not practice them. When he was young, Xiao Qin was unable to condense his martial spirit. He focused all his attention on it and did not have the time to practice the basic saber techniques. Later on, after Xiao Qin successfully condensed his martial spirit, he did not pay attention to the basic saber techniques because he learned too many things. Although he did not dare to slack off when he cultivated, he did not practice the basic saber techniques. Lu Rue felt a headache coming on. Sui Feng, come and die! Lu Sui Feng, who was practicing the saber at the side, stopped what he was doing. He quickly walked over and asked, Sis, what's the matter? I was defeated by this fellow. Come and teach him the 8 basic saber techniques. I will give you one day. I will check on him tomorrow. Lu Rue rubbed her head, feeling a headache coming on. I will take my leave first. I will check on him tomorrow. That's right. Don't remove the metal block in his hand. After Lu Rue spoke, she left the place. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Qin and asked in disbelief, Yi Qin, have you really not practiced the basic saber techniques before? Xiao Chun countered with a question. Is that important? I really have not practiced it before. Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. I really have to hand it to you. Fortunately, you did not enter from the outer sect. The basic saber techniques are the foundation of all saber techniques. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a rule long ago. If one has not practiced the basic saber techniques to the small perfection, one cannot learn any martial techniques. Thus, people like us, as well as those cultivators who want to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, have to practice the basic saber techniques to the small perfection at the very least. Most of them would practice it to the medial perfection. Only a few people would persevere and practice it to the great perfection, like my sister. Xiao Chen did not expect the basic saber techniques to be so important. He could not help but ask, in that case, what realm have you practiced the basic saber techniques to? Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. I do not have the perseverance. I just reached the small perfection, so I stopped practicing it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It is not too late for you to practice it now. Xiao Qin nodded. As he spoke, he was about to remove the piece of metal in his hand. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he quickly stopped him. Xiao Chun could not help but say, "Don't tell me you are really making things difficult for this brother." Lu Suifeng had a serious expression as he said, "I am really not making things difficult for you. You are able to practice the rushing thunder saber technique to the point where it sounds like thunder. This proves that you have put in a lot of effort. Even in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not many people have been able to do this. My sister thinks very highly of you. Otherwise, she would not have given you pointers on some of the styles of the rushing thunder saber technique." The rushing thunder saber technique was created by a saber emperor. Although it is only a superior grade, profound, ranked martial technique, its potential is limitless. If you really want to improve further, you have to practice the basic saber techniques to the great perfection. If you want to learn it in a short period of time, aside from putting in a lot of effort, there is no shortcut. When Xiao Qin heard this, he could only stop what he was doing. Lu Suifeng started to explain and demonstrate the basic saber techniques. The basic saber techniques only had 8 moves: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, and pierce. They were also known as the 8 basic saber techniques. Since it was a basic saber technique, it was naturally easy to understand. Xiao Qin only needed to look at it once to understand it. After that, he started to practice by himself. Because he had 100 kilograms of metal strapped to his body, every movement was very difficult. Lu Suifeng shook his head continuously at the side. "Do not move your feet carelessly. You have to raise your arms higher. Do not stop when you are sheathing your saber." When Xiao Chen started to practice, he discovered that there were a lot of rules and regulations. There were clearly 8 simple movements, but he kept making mistakes. The morning slowly went by like this. During this period, Lu Suifeng continuously gave pointers. Occasionally, he would demonstrate it himself. He did not show any signs of impatience, causing Xiao Qin to feel very touched. "It is time to eat. Elder brother Suifeng and elder brother Yi Qin." Xiao Meng's sweet voice came from the dueling grounds. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were carrying food in their hands as they slowly walked over. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he smiled faintly. "Let's stop here for the morning. Don't listen to my sis. Back then, I spent 2 years practicing the basic saber techniques to the small perfection. It is impossible to grasp it in one day." Xiao Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded to indicate that he understood. The 8 moves of the saber were the foundation of all saber techniques in the world. As the saying goes, no matter how it changed, it would not deviate from the original. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion stipulated that one had to learn it to the small perfection, there would naturally be a reason for it. Xiao Chen was able to understand this point. Xiao Meng personally made lunch. First, she took out 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Afraid that Xiao Chen would not understand, she said, "This is the rule set by elder sister Rua. After a large amount of exercise, you have to drink a bowl of porridge first. It will nourish your stomach before you can eat the main course." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. He thought to himself, "This girl is quite meticulous. According to the diet of earth, there is such a saying. Pu Tong." Just at this moment, Bai suddenly leaped out of the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest. After it came out, it looked at Xiao Meng with its large, watery eyes. "What a cute little fox!" Xiao Meng revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Lu Suifeng glanced at the red jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest and revealed a strange expression. He said, "Is this the spirit blood jade?" Xiao Chen nodded. He had not let the little fellow out for the past few days. Earlier, when Bai smelled the food, it strongly requested to come out. After Xiao Chen interacted with the people here, he found them to be kind-hearted. So Xiao Chen did not stop it. "Is there any more porridge? This little fellow is hungry," Xiao Chen said as he looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. She took out a small bowl and filled it with porridge before handing it to Bai. Bai revealed a cute smile on its face. It rubbed its head happily against Xiaomeng, causing her to laugh gently. Chapter 154. After they finished their porridge and had lunch, Lu Suifeng pulled Xiao Qin to the side. If I am not wrong, your little spirit fox should have the bloodline of a six-tailed spirit fox. Xiao Qin nodded. Is there a problem? Lu Suifeng said seriously, if there is no need, do not bring this little fellow out of Qingyun Peak. As the saying goes, do not reveal your wealth. Yi Qin, you should understand this. Xiao Chen felt it was strange. Could it be that there are no rules in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Naturally, this Qingyun Peak is a pure land. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with all sorts of people. It is not the pure land that you think it is. The strong preys on the weak. This happens every day. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and could not help but think about Lu Qin and the other outer disciples. If the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with such people, then Lu Suifeng's words are really thought-provoking. After lunch, Bai left the dueling grounds with Xiaomeng without any conscience. Xiao Qin knew it did not like to stay in the spirit blood jade. Since there was no danger in Qingyun Peak, he did not bother with it. Yi Qin, I have something to do in the afternoon. I cannot accompany you. Sorry. Lu Suifeng said apologetically to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nodded. Lu Suifeng did not impatiently guide him for the entire morning. He was already very grateful. There was no need to force him to continue guiding him in the afternoon. Furthermore, the 8 basic movements of the saber did not require any guidance. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Qin nod, he smiled and said, You are a good friend. I will take my leave first. Remember not to remove the metal bars on your body. If my sister sees it, I will be in trouble. Seeing Lu Suifeng leave, Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He was not in a rush to practice the basic saber techniques. He warmed up his body and waited for the food in his body to be completely digested. Xiao Qin started to run along the dueling grounds. He relied on the strength of his physical body to slowly run. After jogging in the morning, Xiao Chen had already felt the benefits of cultivating after his body reached its limit. The effect was several times better than usual. After a while, Xiao Chen slowly ran 5 or 6 laps. This time he could clearly feel that the rocks on the ground seemed to have a mysterious suction force. With every step he took, he would expend a lot of energy. This feeling was a little familiar. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chen finally remembered where he had encountered this feeling before. Back in the sage remnant in Savage Forest, Xiao Chen had exhausted a lot of essence with every step he took toward the stone platform that towered into the sky. There was a huge difference between the two. One absorbed physical strength, while the other absorbed vitality. However, they both achieved the same result through different means. With every step he took, he would immediately consume a bit of energy. It was just that he did not know if the two were related. Sweat slowly covered his forehead. Xiao Chen wiped it away. He could feel his stamina being depleted. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen continued to run forward. Round after round, Xiao Chen ran tirelessly step by step. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he endured the boundless loneliness. In the vast dueling grounds, he ran forward courageously. Run, run, run. I have not reached my limit yet. I have to continue persevering. After running 30 laps, Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. However, he knew that this was not his limit. Just like that, Xiao Chen ran 50 laps before he slowly stopped. He resisted the urge to lie down immediately. He slowly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Essence slowly flowed through the various meridians in his body. It was unknown when, but Lu Riyue was already standing there quietly, watching Xiao Chen silently. When she saw Xiao Chen's desperate appearance, it was like she saw her younger self in his eyes. Because the older generation had left, the originally bustling, dueling grounds became very quiet. However, she still dragged her young body and ran continuously, step by step, just like Xiaoqin was doing today. Enduring the boundless loneliness and relying on his tenacious willpower, he finally made it to this stage step by step. The essence passed through the meridians and entered Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. That numbing feeling came again. The sweat on his body evaporated continuously, giving off white smoke. The cells in his bones, skin, and flesh started to undergo this intense activity. Under this extreme state, his physical body was continuously tempered by the essence, becoming stronger. After a while, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and got up to stretch himself. A series of crackling sounds came from all the bones in his body. Every crisp sound made him feel energized. "Elder sister Ryue, why are you here?" Xiao Chen heard footsteps and turned his head to take a look. He discovered Lu Ryue, who was still wearing her tight-fitting long robes, slowly walking towards him. Lu Ryue smiled faintly, revealing a gentle smile. She perfectly displayed the charm of a mature woman. That brat Suifeng always goes to Jade Maiden Peak in the afternoon. "I was worried, so I came to take a look. You should have learned the 8 basic movements of the saber, right? Show me now." Xiao Chen nodded and drew the lunar shadow saber with a huangdang sound. He focused and calmed himself down. Xiao Chen took a step forward with his right foot, and the saber created a strong wind as it swept through the air. This was the first move of the basic saber technique, sweep. The saber paused in the air for a moment. Xiao Chen stepped forward with his left foot and brought his legs together. He shouted and chopped down with the saber. This was the second move, chop. The instant the saber descended, when it reached the bottom, Xiao Chen did not take a step back. Instead, he pulled the saber up. This was the third move of the basic saber technique, draw, chop, sweep, hold, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chen executed the remaining 5 moves together with his footwork without stopping. Although it was somewhat shaky, he managed to do it in one breath. Lu Ryue nodded gently at the side. She smiled and said, "Not bad. At least your basic movements and footwork are correct. However, you still lack some momentum and consistency. However, you just have to take it slow. You can use the 8 basic movements of the saber to exchange moves with me. I will slowly guide you, and you will understand in the future." This basic saber technique was refined by our ancestors after tens of thousands of years. It is very important to a bladesman. When Xiaoqin heard that Lu Ryue wanted to use the basic saber technique to exchange moves with him, he was overwhelmed by the favor. A medial grade martial saint was willing to exchange moves with him and teach him the basic saber technique step by step. No one had ever received such treatment before. "Elder sister Ryue, this is not appropriate. It is just a basic saber technique. I can practice it myself. There is no need to waste your time," Xiao Chen rejected. An impatient expression flashed on Lu Ryue's pretty face. She said, "Stop wasting time. As a man, can you be more direct? Being so wishy-washy is even more annoying than a woman." Xiao Chen did not dare to disobey. He sheathed his saber and stood opposite of Lu Ryue. Only then did Lu Ryue reveal a smile. "That's more like it. I will make the first move." Right after Lu Ryue spoke, a cold light flashed. The small saber in Lu Ryue's hand moved forward and pierced towards Xiao Chen's chest. This was the basic saber technique's pierce formula. It was a simple stab, but Lu Ryue's aura was like a rainbow. No one dared to underestimate it. Xiao Chen remembered their agreement. He could only use the 8 basic saber techniques to break this move. He quickly executed the pull formula and swung his saber upwards, blocking Lu Ryue's move. This was not a true battle, they were just exchanging moves. Thus, there was no killing intent. During the exchange, Lu Ryue would occasionally give Xiao Chen pointers, telling him of his mistakes. Then she would make her own move and demonstrate the correct saber technique to him. Her expression was extremely serious. Xiao Chen's talent was high in the first place. After exchanging moves, he improved very quickly. Slowly he found the feeling. The days of Qingyin Peak passed peacefully like this. Lu Ruyue insisted on coming every afternoon to exchange moves with Xiao Chen. Aside from practicing the basic saber techniques, Xiao Chen would take time out during the day to run a few laps around the dueling grounds. Every day he would push his body to its limits. Then he would immediately start cultivating, tempering his body at his limits. Now, Xiao Chen could easily run 100 laps around the dueling grounds. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen would lie on his bed and read the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Qin gave him. He would sort out the meridians in his body that were in a mess due to cultivating the battle sage origins. This was one of the rare peaceful days he had since he left Mo City. He could systematically sort out the martial techniques and knowledge that he had learned. Normally, if he had any questions regarding martial techniques, he could ask Lu Ruyue for guidance. She would always give him a satisfactory answer. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much in the past few days, his combat prowess had reached an unprecedented peak. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed just like that. Xiao Chen's basic saber techniques had made great progress. He had already reached the peak of small perfection. After practicing the basic saber techniques to this level, Xiao Chen could clearly feel that when he used the rushing thunder saber technique again, its might was much stronger than before. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it better. He was just one step away from the fusion that he had not completed in the past, and he would be able to reach a perfect state. In the end, there were still some unfortunate matters. Even when he tried to ask her about learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, he was rejected by Lu Ruyue. She said that it was not the right time yet. Since he had a favor to ask, Xiao Chen could not be too forceful. The most important thing was that Lu Ruyue had treated him very well in the past 2 months. On this particular day, Xiao Chen woke up very early as usual, preparing to rush to the dueling grounds. The instant he opened the door, he discovered Lu Ruyue, Xiaoyang, and Xiao Meng standing outside with smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen asked with some doubts, "What day is it today? Don't we have to go to the dueling grounds? Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng giggled. "You are right. There is no need to go to the dueling grounds today. I was afraid that you would not be able to meet anyone and miss us. So I came to tell you this news in advance." Lu Ruyue smiled warmly and continued the topic. "Today is the day the Supreme Elder of the Divine Saber Camp is giving a lecture at the Heaven Ascending Platform. That is a true Supreme Elder. He is a martial monarch. So I decided to go with all of us." A martial monarch, Supreme Elder. A fervent light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His calm heart actually started to fluctuate. However, this was not surprising. Martial monarchs were already the strongest cultivators in the great Qin nation. Chapter 155. There were 10 known martial monarchs, each of them guarding an area. It was impossible for an ordinary person to listen to his lecture. Xiao Qin had not expected a martial monarch to personally lecture everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Although it was not a one-on-one lecture, listening to his words or watching from afar might be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Lu Ruyue whistled softly, and a green bird slowly flew in front of the group. Lu Ruyue took the lead and leaped onto it. After that, she said to Xiao Qin, "Yi Qin, come on. Come with me." Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Sis, can you not be so biased? No matter what, I am still your biological younger brother. Don't give me that. If you had half of Yi Chen's willpower, you would not go to Jade Maiden Peak and fool around with those female disciples. Naturally, I would not let you walk to the Heaven Ascending Platform." Lu Ruyue lectured him from the green bird. When Xiaoyang and Xiao Meng heard this, they could not help but laugh gently. Under Lu Suifeng's envious gaze, Shao Qin sat on the green bird and followed Lu Riyue to the horizon. High up in the sky, clouds lingered. Shao Qin sat behind Lu Riyue, riding the green bird as they traveled through the clouds. Occasionally, flying beasts flew by. The people on them were cultivators heading to the heaven-ascending platform. The green bird was only so big. It was unavoidable for Shao Qin to bump into Lu Riyue from time to time, causing him to feel restless. A gentle breeze blew, and Lu Riyue's hair occasionally hit Shao Qin's face. The unique fragrance of a girl flowed into his nose from her hair. As a novice in certain areas, Shao Qin did his best to control his body's normal reactions. This was something that made one's heart beat faster and was incomparably exciting. However, one had to do their best to control it. This made Shao Qin feel very uncomfortable. The fire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a magnificent ship flew over from behind the two of them. The hull of the ship was covered with all sorts of golden decorations, making it look extremely majestic. A black flag fluttered on the hull of the ship. The word "Song" was written on the flag in a flamboyant style. This was a warship belonging to the Lingyun mountain ranges, Biyun Peak. On the bow of the ship, the youngest son of the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qinha, was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked very handsome, and his hands were placed on the railing. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an indescribable elegance. There were also a few men and women on the deck. They were all disciples of Biyun Peak. They were like stars surrounding the moon, standing behind Song Qinha, making him look even more noble. Senior Sister Lu, the heaven ascending platform is still some distance away. Why don't you board my ship? That youth said loudly as he looked at Lu Riyue's figure. Shao Qin turned his head back to take a look. He felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar. After a while, he thought about it. This was exactly the same situation as the rich second generation who drove Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, and wore branded clothes. He could not help but smile to himself. Tall, rich, and handsome people exist everywhere. Lu Riyue acted like she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head back as she continued to control the green bird to fly forward. That youth could not help but feel anxious. He thought that Lu Riyue did not hear him, so he raised his voice and shouted again. However, Lu Riyue was even more direct this time. She controlled the green bird to double its speed, leaving this person in the dust. When Song Qinha saw the situation, he smacked the railing violently. He looked at Shao Qin, who was behind Lu Riyue, and revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Who is that brat behind Lu Riyue? Why have I not seen him before?" The person beside him replied, "That is the disciple that Lu Yueru recently accepted. His name seems to be Yichin. He is 16 years old and is already an inferior grade martial grandmaster." The person who replied was called Zhang Jin. He had the nickname of Know-It-All in Biyun Peak. His personal strength was not much, but he loved to listen to gossip. Thus, he was very clear about these matters. Song Qinha frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished in his heart. Lu Riyue actually accepted a disciple. Is she still not going to give up? This brat is actually so close to Lu Riyue. She even let him ride the green bird with her. He had been eyeing this position for a long time. However, Lu Riyue did not care about him at all. She did not care about him at all. When she saw Shao Qin sitting on his seat, she wanted to kick him down immediately. Does this brat have any background? How did he enter the heavenly saber pavilion? Song Qinha continued to ask. Zhang Jin quickly said he used Feng Feishue's recommendation letter to enter Qingyun Peak. However, this person does not seem to have any background. If he did, he would not have entered Qingyun Peak. A gleam flashed in Song Qinha's eyes. He smiled coldly. It is easy to deal with him if he does not have any background. Lu Ryue, I will make you give up. No matter what, Qingyun Peak will become history. On the green bird, Shao Qin felt it was strange. He asked, Elder Sister Ryue, that person invited you to board. Why did you ignore him? A cold light flashed on Lu Ryue's face. She said in a cold voice, Don't mention that person. He is just scum, the same as his father. If I board his ship, I am afraid I will not be able to resist killing him. Shao Qin quickly shut his mouth. He knew he asked something he should not have asked. Suddenly, a melodious bird cry came from above. Lu Qin was also riding a green bird, slowly descending from above. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the blue dragon he was riding was exactly the same as Lu Ryue's green bird, be it its size or color. Senior Sister Ryue, are you going to the heaven ascending platform? How about we make a bet to see who gets there first? The loser will give the other party 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Qin smiled faintly. Lu Ryue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Cut the crap. Can't you see that I am carrying another person? Lu Qin smiled gently and did not mind. He said, Never mind, let's get down to business. A few days ago, I went to Saber Prison to see Lung Tianyue. He specifically said that he wanted to see your disciple. Shao Chen was startled. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Back then, he had saved Lung Liusu from Lung Tianyue's hands. After he was locked up, he did not change his appearance. Lu Ryue smiled coldly. Lung Tianyue, who does he think he is? Wait until he comes out. Is my disciple someone he can meet whenever he wants? I have conveyed the message. Whether you want to go or not will depend on little brother Yi Qin. I will take my leave first. After Lu Qin spoke, he rode on the green bird and soared into the sky, disappearing from the two of them. Shao Chen was very surprised at Lu Ryue's reply. He did not expect her to be so straightforward, especially the last sentence. It made Shao Chen feel touched. The green bird rode on the two of them for a while. Soon, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain peak was like the heaven viewing platform. It looked like it had been chopped in half by someone, revealing a huge platform. That was the heaven ascending platform. The heaven ascending platform was different from the heaven viewing platform. It was completely bare. There were no buildings at all. There was only a tall stone platform. On the empty ground below the stone platform, there was a sparse crowd of people who had arrived earlier. As they were about to arrive, Shao Chen could not help but ask, Elder Sister Ryue, don't you want to know why Lung Tianyue wants me to meet him? Lu Ryue smiled gently. I don't care what your identity was in the past. You just have to remember that you are my disciple now. Lung Tianyue made a huge mistake and is locked up in Saber Prison. He will never be able to come out in this lifetime. If he wants to meet you, it is definitely not a good thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't let me know that you are secretly going to meet him. As the two of them spoke, Lu Ryue had already controlled the green bird and slowly landed on the empty ground of the heaven ascending platform. Lu Ryue took the lead and jumped down. Then, she brought Shao Qin to a secluded corner to rest. Most of the people on the platform were like Shao Qin, riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. There were even more people below the mountain peak, rushing over quickly. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent jade ship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was the sound of ceremonial music coming from the jade ship. There were faint clouds surrounding it. It was like the legendary Immortal ship. The moment the ship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the platform, and they all looked up. They looked up and saw all sorts of girls standing on the bow of the ship. They were all as beautiful as flowers and had graceful figures. Melodious laughter resounded continuously. The Jade Maiden Peak ship is here. I heard that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, will be coming as well. Is that true? This Chu Xinyun usually stays in Jade Maiden Peak. Although she is famous, I have never had the chance to see her in person. I wonder if she is as beautiful as the rumors say. She is one of the 3 golden flowers of our heavenly saber pavilion. Aside from Lu Ryue and Lung Liusu, there is no other girl in heavenly saber pavilion who can compare to her. Xiao Chen's ears were very sharp. He heard everything that these people said. He looked at Lu Ryue's charming face, which was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun could not help but look forward to this girl who was as famous as her. The jade ship slowly descended. One by one, beautiful women slowly walked down from the bow of the ship. In the Lingyun mountain range that was filled with spiritual qi, these women were all extremely beautiful. At first glance, they were extremely pleasing to the eyes. After a while, a girl dressed in white walked down under everyone's gazes of anticipation. Her eyes were intelligent. They were as deep as the stars. Her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her collar was smooth, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like that of a moth. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. With just one glance, Xiao Chen felt like his soul was being hooked away. Is she smiling at me? All the men on the platform had the same question as Xiao Chen. They felt their heartbeats speed up. Is Chu Xinyun pretty? Suddenly, Lu Ryue's smiling question came from the side. Xiao Chen answered subconsciously, pretty. Is she as pretty as me? Pretty much. Pretty much your head. Lu Ryue ruthlessly smacked Xiao Chen's head. This little vixen has already hooked away Sui Fing's soul. If you get hooked away by her again, I will throw you off Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and rubbed his slightly swollen head. He cried out in pain and sighed in his heart, what an undeserved calamity. It looks like no matter where I am, I should not talk about another girl in front of a beauty. This was especially so when that girl was even more beautiful than her. All the more reason not to talk about it. Her current state was the best proof. Chapter 156. Lu Ryue. Just as Xiao Chen was letting his imagination run wild, a delicate voice entered his ears. He looked towards the figure and was startled. The person who came was Lung Liusu. He subconsciously hid behind Lu Ryue. Lu Ryue also saw Lung Liusu. She frowned slightly, and a cold expression filled her face. When she saw Lung Liusu in a red dress walking over quickly, she smiled coldly. I thought you were killed by Lung Tianyue. I did not expect you to appear in front of me alive and kicking. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, I even advanced to Martial Saint, Lung Liusu retorted, not backing down at all. What a strong smell of gunpowder. Could it be that all the pretty girls in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not on good terms with Lu Ryue? Xiao Chen thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Furthermore, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Indeed, Lung Liusu saw Xiao Chen hiding behind Lu Ryue. He looked familiar, and she said, Who is the one hiding behind you? Is he your new disciple? Don't tell me you are too ashamed to face others. When Lu Ryue heard this, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. She casually pushed him to the front and said, What is there to be ashamed of? What are you afraid of? Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What he was afraid of had happened. He originally thought that he did not have to see Lung Tianyue, and everything would be fine. He did not expect to meet Lung Liusu, who he did not want to meet even more than Lung Tianyue. Turn around and let me see. Lung Liusu found him more and more familiar as she stared at Xiao Chen. Damn it, I'm throwing caution to the wind. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled faintly. Miss Lung, we meet again. It's you. Lung Liusu paused for a while and said simply, just when Xiao Chen thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Damn pervert, you dare to appear in front of me again. I'll chop you to death. Lung Liusu drew her saber with a huangdang sound and quickly chopped at Xiao Chen. The saber lit up with a resplendent light, and a saber chi left the saber. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly dodged. The saber chi flew towards Lu Ruiyue, who was behind him. Lu Ruiyue snorted coldly and drew the small saber in her hand. With a schwa sound, she chopped the saber chi into nothing. When Lang Liusu saw Xiao Qin dodge, the saber in her hand buzzed, reverberating in the air. Xiao Qin felt like the lunar shadow saber was going to run away by itself. Buzz! The small saber in Lu Ruiyue's hand started to buzz continuously. She flew forward and blocked in front of Xiao Qin, blocking Lang Liusu's attack. Bang! When the two sabers clashed, there was a clanging sound. Lu Ruiyue did not move at all, but Lang Liusu took 3 steps back before she slowly neutralized the force from the saber. The swords in their hands buzzed continuously. Lu Ruiyue and Lang Liusu executed, listening to the sword and communicating with it at the same time. Instantly, the shock waves spread out in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone's weapons started to tremble. The sabers of some of the weaker cultivators flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of Lu Ruiyue and Lang Liusu. Very quickly, hundreds of sabers appeared on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all surrounded them. However, the identities of the two people fighting were not simple. For a moment, no one dared to stop them. Lu Ruiyue, are you going to stop me from killing this perverted thief? Lang Liusu said aggressively as she looked at Lu Ruiyue. Lu Ruiyue smiled coldly and did not give in. You keep saying that my disciple is a perverted thief. Do you think I will believe you just because you say so? I can even say that you are a perverted thief. Since you say that, then tell me, what did he do to you? He. Lu Ruiyue's words were very ruthless. Lang Liusu stammered for a long time. Her face turned red. However, how could she say such an embarrassing thing in front of everyone? Lang Liusu stomped her foot and said angrily, "Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will kill you." After she spoke, she glared at Xiao Chun before quickly leaving the place. The commotion died down just like that. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more commotion to watch, they picked up their weapons and left. Before they left, they all gave Xiao Qin a meaningful look. Their meaning was clear. How powerful! He even dares to molest the daughter of the previous pavilion master. Xiao Chun would not be able to defend himself. Even if he wanted to explain himself, he would not be able to do so. It looked like the reputation of this perverted thief was going to spread throughout the heavenly saber pavilion. Lu Ruiyue sheathed her saber and circled around Xiao Qin a few times. She sized him up with a faint smile on her face, making it hard for people to understand her intentions. Xiao Qin felt uncomfortable from being stared at like that. He explained, "Elder Sister Ruiyue, actually this is all a misunderstanding. I really did not do anything." Lu Ruiyue smiled gently, like a flower blooming. It was very beautiful. She patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "There is no need to explain. Little Yi Chen, I understand. I really could not tell that a refined person like you had such capabilities." Xiao Chen was very depressed. He finally understood the difficulties that Fatso faced back then. Just as he was about to explain, another warship flew over from the horizon. This was a warship made entirely of black, mysterious iron. A flag with the word Zhong on it was fluttering on the bow of the ship. A man dressed in black stood at the bow of the warship. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the platform. The people that he looked at felt like their hearts were pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely unbearable. Qianduan Peak's Zhongxian is here. There is going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew what happened earlier. He has been chasing after Lang Liusu for many years. He has not even touched her hand yet. This is going to be interesting. The people below discussed. There were many gazes directed at Xiao Qin. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. This made Xiao Qin feel extremely uncomfortable. The black warship shook for a while and stopped. Zhongxian led the Qianduan Peak disciples to a corner. There were people in the crowd that Zhongxian was familiar with. They quickly went over and told him what happened earlier. Zhongxian stopped, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He took heavy steps and led the Qianduan Peak disciples toward Shaoqin. He was filled with killing intent. Yi Chen, right? Zhongxian stopped about 3 meters away from Shaoqin. He released all his aura and locked onto Shaoqin with killing intent. He enunciated every word clearly. He looked at Shaoqin, who was standing behind Lu Riyue, and said indifferently, "Do you dare to take a step forward?" His words were filled with killing intent. He did not hide it at all. As long as Shaoqin took a step forward, a sharp attack would immediately be launched at him. This is undisguised mockery. We have not even started yet, and you already want to kill me. Shaoqin was enraged. A strand of killing intent slowly appeared in his heart. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. "Do you dare to say that again?" Just as Shaoqin was about to make a move, Lu Riyue suddenly spoke. There was a cold look on her pretty face. It was as cold as ice. Zhongxian thought about Lu Riyue's deeds and could not help but curse in his heart. "I was too rash today. With my strength as a superior grade martial saint, I am not strong enough in front of Lu Riyue. However, at this moment, if he retreated miserably in front of everyone, he would become a laughing stock. Furthermore, there were many Qianduan Peak disciples behind him. If they fought, he might not be a match for Lu Riyue." Thinking of this, Zhongxian could not help but smile coldly. Why not? Dang! A cold light appeared and a saber light flickered. Just as Zhongxian spoke, the saber was already right in front of him. A few strands of hair on his forehead were all cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Zhongxian was greatly startled. He pushed off the ground and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Riyue was faster than him. Lu Riyue swung her saber downwards, and a crack immediately appeared on the battle armor on his chest. Blood spurted out from the crack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the battle armor, Zhongxian might have been chopped in half. A light flashed in Shaoqin's eyes. Lu Riyue's move was the chop character formula of the basic saber techniques. He did not expect it to be able to display such might in her hands. Blood spurted out from his chest. It was incomparably painful. Zhongxian was infuriated. He stretched his right hand to his waist, wanting to draw his saber. However, when he drew his saber halfway, it was blocked by Lu Riyue's left hand. Lu Riyue's right leg carried the sound of the wind as she kicked at Zhongxian's chest with lightning speed. There was a loud bang as her foot landed on his chest. Lu Riyue controlled the force of this kick very well. Zhongxian did not get sent flying. Instead, he fell to the ground. There were ka-sieh sounds coming from his back. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Zhongxian struggled to stand up. Lu Riyue mercilessly continued to stomp on his chest. Zhongxian groaned in pain, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as he lay back down. Although all this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, it actually happened within a few breaths. The two of them had only exchanged one move. The Qianduan Peak disciples did not even have the time to react. By the time they reacted, Zhongxian was already severely injured by Lu Riyue. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Zhongxian's position in Qianduan Peak was no lower than the grandson of the first elder, the Peak Master. He was also a true inheritor of Qianduan Peak. If anything happened to him in front of everyone, no one would have a good time. The Qianduan Peak disciples drew their sabers and rushed at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled coldly, and her aura soared. The surrounding people could not help but tremble. This is the aura of a superior grade martial saint. She actually reached the strength of a superior grade martial saint. This is too horrifying. No wonder she only used one move to defeat Zhongxian. The difference in strength is too great. Under this horrifying aura, the Qinduan Peak disciples all stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lu Riyue in horror, not daring to move even half a step. Zhongxian, who was on the ground, was also shocked. He could not believe it. How can this be? 2 months ago, you were only a medial grade martial saint. How did you improve so quickly? After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, there would be a world of difference in their strength. It was extremely difficult to advance further. Some people with poor talent might not even be able to take a step forward even after 10 years. Lu Riyue reached superior grade martial saint at the age of 24. There were probably not many people with such talent in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Riyue withdrew her foot and looked at Zhongxian on the ground. She said coldly, "Scram, don't put on such airs in front of me in the future. Otherwise, even if I kill you, your father would not dare to say anything." Chapter 157. The disciples of Qinduan Peak quickly helped Zhongxian up and applied medicine on him. Then they lifted him up and left in a hurry, as though they were fleeing for their lives. At this moment, 3 more warships flew over from the horizon. The banners on the bows had the words Lu, Yu, and Feng written on them. The people from Wanren Peak, Beiqin Peak, and Gongyu Peak are here. What a coincidence! The true inheritors of these 3 peaks are also pursuing Lung Liusu. I wonder how they will react, someone below said with a smile. Damn, I almost have a personal guard already. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He finally understood the saying of Confucius, women should not be offended. He could not bear it. How many pursuers does this woman have? I wonder if there is no end. When Lu Riyue saw Xiao Chen's frustrated expression, she smiled gently and said, "If you were the young pavilion master of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, these men might come and pursue you." Xiao Chen's face darkened. He said, "This joke is not funny. Speaking of which, elder sister Riyue, a natural beauty like you, do you not have many pursuers? If there are, they can help me block them." Lu Riyue's pretty face did not show any expression. She said casually, "If I had such a brainless pursuer, I would just kill him with my saber. I would not be able to afford to lose face." The 3 warships slowly landed. Someone immediately told them what happened earlier. The true inheritors of the 3 peaks glanced at Xiaoqin. In the end, they feared Lu Riyue and did not come over. After a while, the cultivators from the foot of the mountain rushed to the platform. The huge platform was quickly filled with people. It looked like the teachings of a martial monarch had a fatal attraction to cultivators. When Lu Suifeng and the others saw Xiaoqin, they quickly went over. However, Lu Suifeng only greeted Xiaoqin before he rushed over to where the Jade Maiden Peak disciples were. Lu Riyue snorted coldly, "Useless." Bo. Just at this moment, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared in the surroundings. Ripples could be seen spreading out in the air. This was a sign that a martial monarch was coming. When a cultivator reached the realm of martial monarch, they would have a basic grasp of the laws of space. Traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant was not a difficult task for them. They would be able to evolve their own laws and become a martial sage in one step, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had been very few martial sages in the great Qi nation. Suddenly, the ripples moved quickly, and a tiny spatial crack appeared on the high platform of the heaven ascending platform. An old man's figure appeared out of nowhere. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his body was very lethargic. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars, deep and distant, as if they contained a boundless universe. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Everyone felt a huge pressure, and the noisy heaven ascending platform instantly fell silent. Xiao Chen looked at the cultivator on the platform and felt astonished. This was probably the strength of a peak martial monarch. He was just one step away from becoming a martial sage. That was if the old man could last that long. I have not come out for a long time. I do not know if I will have the chance to in the future. I will not speak too much nonsense. I will only speak about my past experiences. However, everyone has their own style. Do not blindly follow others. You have to consider your own situation and not bite off more than you can chew. The old man's somewhat hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to imprint itself in their minds, making it impossible to forget. When I was young, I harbored a dream. I brought my beloved saber to the heavenly saber pavilion. I wanted to become the strongest bladesman in the world. I wanted to learn the unblockable saber techniques, the fastest saber techniques in the world. When I grew old, I realized how laughable I was back then. There was the saying, biting off more than you can chew, wanting to reach the heavens in one step. This was the principle. By the time I understood, I had already wasted several decades. Everyone thinks that the saber is tyrannical and ferocious. However, they do not know that every saber has its own emotions. It can be gentle like water, free and unrestrained, or direct. Every bladesman has their own personality. I remember that in the past I met a few demonic geniuses. The saber that accompanied me for many years broke on the spot. I switched to a few sabers and trained bitterly for many years. But I was still no match for those geniuses. Some people are blessed by the heavens. Everyone will meet such geniuses. No matter what, you can change your saber. But the heart of the bladesman cannot be shaken. This old man spoke very slowly. The content of his speech was very different from what Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Chen originally thought that the old man would be talking about a powerful martial technique. Who knew? He only talked about some of the old man's comprehensions and experiences. The old man's tone was extremely calm. He did not cite any classics or make up a long story. The old man only spoke about the problems he faced in every cultivation realm back then. The old man's ordinary experiences, coupled with his ordinary speaking speed, were very calm. However, everyone present had some sort of comprehension. This was because the experiences the old man spoke about were experienced by all the cultivators of different cultivation realms. Many of the problems they had were answered by the old man's words. When the old man spoke about the problems and setbacks he faced when he was a martial grandmaster, Xiao Chen listened very carefully. After that, he combined it with his current situation. Many of the problems he faced were suddenly cleared up. After that, when the old man spoke about the martial saint realm, it was like a beacon for Xiao Chen. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours. Not only did the old man talk about his experiences, he also talked about some of his unique understandings of saber techniques. Every understanding he had would be combined with his own experiences, using practical examples to illustrate. It did not make anyone feel empty. Everyone present could easily understand it. Xiao Chen could not help but admire the old man. This was what a true grandmaster was. He was not pretentious, not talking about big but empty things, not deliberately mystifying things. This was because even if he said it, no one would understand it. It would only confuse the people listening. A person's talent determines how fast they can go. As for a person's perseverance, it determines how far they can go. One cannot give up on oneself because of talent belittling oneself. Perseverance is the most important thing. After saying this, the old man silently left. His voice was still echoing in everyone's ears, so no one noticed the old man's departure. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Only then did they realize that the old man had already left for a long time. The stone platform returned to its bustling state. Cultivators walked in groups of 2s and 3s, heading down the mountain and discussing their earlier experiences. Xiao Yang said somewhat excitedly, "As long as I have perseverance, I will become a martial monarch one day. Earlier, the old man talked about how he once met a strong cultivator who cultivated the physical body. That cultivator was as strong as a martial monarch and was extremely strong. Hence, Xiaoyang was very encouraged. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He agreed with the old man's last sentence. No matter how talented one was, without perseverance, one would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Lu Riyue looked into the distance at Lu Suifeng, who was smiling as he followed Chu Xinyan. She shook her head and said, Xiaoyang and Xiaoming, don't go to pick the ice crystal flowers today. Leave it to Yi Qin and Suifeng. I already spoke to Suifeng this morning. You just have to wait for him. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, Elder sister Rua, I feel a fire burning in my heart. Let me go. Burning your head. Lu Riyue used the scabbard and knocked heavily on the stout Xiaoyang. Do you really think that you are an expert after listening to a few words? Calm down first. Xiaoyang felt the pain and immediately shut up. He did not say anything else about his blood burning. He followed Lu Riyue to the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Qin did not leave. He stood where he was and waited for Lu Suifeng. After a while, Lu Suifeng walked over to Xiao Qin. What made Xiao Qin surprised was that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyan, also followed. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. What is this? This brat Lu Suifeng is too reckless. He is going out to do proper business, but he still brings a girl with him. Lu Suifeng quickly walked over. His handsome face was filled with smiles as he introduced her to Xiao Qin. This is Miss Xinyan from Jade Maiden Peak. This time, she is going to Evil Wind Valley with us. Hello, I am Chu Xinyan. Suifeng mentioned you to me before. Chu Xinyan smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin stood so close to Chu Xinyan, that kind of unforgettable beauty nearly suffocated him. However, Xiao Qin had seen many beauties. He was somewhat immune to them. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. I wonder why Miss Chu is going to Evil Wind Valley with us. Before Chu Xinyan could say anything, Lu Suifeng spoke first. Aside from being a cultivator, Xinyan is also an alchemist. Although she can obtain some herbs in the sect, it is very taxing on her contribution points. Thus, she picks most of them herself. Chu Xinyan nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lu Suifeng's words. Xiao Qin was speechless. Looking at their attitudes, Xiao Qin was sure that Lu Suifeng had never even held Chu Xinyan's hand before. Never mind, as long as I can obtain the ice crystal flower, it will be fine. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Qin thought helplessly. The three of them started to descend the mountain. Along the way, Lu Suifeng was very lively. He talked about all sorts of topics. Occasionally, Chu Xinyan would smile gently. She was extremely beautiful, making Lu Suifeng feel very satisfied. Xiao Qin shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. After the three of them descended the mountain, they did not leave Lingyun mountain range. Instead, they went to the Spirit Beast workshop of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The journey to Evil Wind Valley was very long. Although the three of them were not slow, they did not want to waste their essence on the journey. Thus, they planned to rent a few fast horses. Using their inner disciple identity medallions, the three of them could rent the lowest ranked horses for free. If they wanted to rent spirit beasts, they would have to pay extra money. There were all sorts of spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast workshop. If you had enough spirit stones, you could rent some high-ranked spirit beasts to fight for you. However, the three of them could only look at these spirit beasts. Renting them was very expensive. Although Xiao Qin was not lacking in money, it was not good for him to expose himself. Chapter 158. After choosing their horses and registering them, a discordant voice came from behind them. Brother Lu, stop. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look. It was indeed Song Qianhe riding a 3-meter-tall flame cloud colt towards the crowd. A few Biyun Peak disciples were riding flame cloud colts behind him, slowly following behind him. This flame cloud colt was a rank 3-horse-type spirit beast. Its fur was like a red cloud of fire. It looked very beautiful. Furthermore, when it galloped, it was very fast, like a cloud of fire. When Lu Suifeng saw Song Qianhe, the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately turned his head and said, "Ignore him, let's go." After he spoke, he rode off on his horse. Shao Qin and Chu Xinyun followed behind. Soon, they disappeared from Song Qianhe's vision. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and stroked the horse he was sitting on. He said, "Wait until I take care of your sister. Let's see how angry you are then." Zhang Jin, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Senior brother Song, it was not easy for that brat to leave Qingyun Peak. This is an opportunity. If we are fast, we will be able to catch up to them quickly." Song Qianhe smiled faintly. "I'm free to make my own decisions. Today is the day the ice crystal flower blooms. That sickly man on Qingyun Peak needs to use the ice crystal flower as medicine to prolong his life." It seemed like there was a big conflict between Biyun Peak and Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, the expressions of the Lu sisters would not change immediately when they saw Song Qianhe. Although Shao Chen was curious, it was obvious that Lu Suifeng did not want to talk about this topic. Thus, Shao Chen did not ask for a rebuff. The three of them galloped on their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although they were not riding horses like the flame cloud colts, they were still much faster than ordinary horses. After traveling for 4 hours, the three of them finally arrived at Evil Wind Valley. Like before, the area outside of Evil Wind Valley was bustling. This might be the first time Chu Xinyun came to such a place. She was very curious and looked around. However, for an absolute beauty like her, if she did not keep a low profile when she went out, she was destined to be the center of attention. Soon, she attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside the valley. Shao Chen could even hear some people swallowing their saliva. It was as wretched as one could imagine. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart, hoping that there would not be any trouble. Fortunately, the silver tokens on their waists clearly indicated their identities. These outer sect disciples could only look at them and did not dare to do anything improper. Even the most ordinary disciple in the inner sect could easily crush 3 outer sect disciples. This was caused by the strict elimination system of the last place. At this moment, Lu Suifeng's complexion had already recovered. He familiarly found a place to store the horses. Then the three of them quickly entered Evil Wind Valley. "Xinyun, I'm afraid something might happen. How about we go pick the ice crystal flower first?" Lu Suifeng asked Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly. "I have no objections. After all, I am not in a rush for my medicinal pill. Just treat it as going down the mountain to take in the scenery." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he smiled. He quickly walked towards the place where the ice crystal flower was. There was a senior in Qingyun Peak who needed the ice crystal flower as an ingredient to prolong his life. Thus, every once in a while, Lu Suifeng would come to pick it. Fortunately, that senior was almost fully recovered. After picking it this time, he should be able to make a complete recovery. There would not be any more trouble in the future. Lu Suifeng led the way in front. He had come to this place more than once or twice. He was much more familiar with it than Shao Chen. As they walked, they passed through the river and the forest. They did not meet any spirit beasts before they arrived at the cliff. "Something's wrong, there's a problem." The three of them had just walked out of the forest when a strong smell of blood came with the cool breeze. Lu Suifeng's expression turned cold as he rushed forward. Below the tall cliff lay the corpses of 2 young ice apes. Their chests were torn open, and the valuable internal organs and spirit cores had all been taken away. Looking at the cliff, the place where the ice crystal flower used to be was now empty. The ice crystal flower, even its leaves, had been pulled out by someone. This was a medicine that could be used to save lives. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by someone. Lu Suifeng revealed a blank expression as he muttered, "How can this be? Who is so wicked to pull out the roots?" Xiao Qin looked at the corpses of the young ice apes on the ground. The blood had yet to coagulate, and the jagged teeth on the wounds were still very clear. This meant that this group of people had not left for long. Xiao Qian extended out his spiritual sense and spread it out continuously. In an instant, the surrounding 2,000 meters was imprinted in Xiao Qian's mind. Xiao Qian eliminated the cultivators one by one. Finally, 2 medial-grade martial grandmasters were stared at by Xiao Qian. The silver medallions on their waists were very eye-catching. Retracting his spiritual sense, he turned it into a line and scanned the 2 of them. Indeed, he saw that one of them had an entire ice crystal flower wrapped in his bosom. After the 2 of them walked for a long time, they stopped in a dense forest. A group of cultivators, riding on flame cloud colts, had been waiting there for a long time. The person leading them was Song Qianhe. He received the ice crystal flower and revealed a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Lu Rue, let's see how you are going to reject me this time. When I completely subdue you, Qingyun Peak will naturally be annexed by my Biyun Peak." Xiao Qian's expression turned cold. He felt a rage in his heart for no reason. He revealed a heavy killing qi on his face, and his expression became very sharp. Beside this group of people, there was an outer sect cultivator dressed in luxurious robes. It was the man with the scar, Yan Tianzheng, who had mocked Xiao Qian previously. Yan Tianzheng smiled faintly. "Elder brother Song, I did a pretty good job, right? I have the most spies in the outer sect. If you want me to keep an eye on someone, I will definitely be able to find out everything about them." This Yan Tianzheng was the second young master of the Shihe province's Yan clan. He had a very strong background. Song Qianhe did not dare to slight him. He smiled slowly and said, "Brother Yan, you must be joking. How can you say that you are doing me a favor? I, Song, owe you a favor. I can give you a spot in Biyun Peak at any time." Yan Tianzheng smiled in satisfaction. He had worked so hard for Song Qianhe for this result. If he could enter Biyun Peak, his position in the clan would immediately rise. Xiao Qin could not be bothered to continue listening. He placed a spiritual mark on Song Qianhe's body before quickly withdrawing his spiritual sense. Lu Suifeng still had a confused expression. Chu Xinyun, who was beside him, did not know how to persuade him. Xiao Qian thought for a while before saying, "This ice crystal flower was taken by Song Qianhe." Song Qianhe? Lu Suifeng was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, "Yi Qin, how did you know?" Of course, Xiao Qian could not tell him this. He could only lie. "I have a secret treasure that can sense things very strongly. Earlier, I saw 2 inner disciples hand the ice crystal flower over to Song Qianhe." "How hateful!" Lu Suifeng said angrily. His right hand hammered down on the mountain wall violently. Cracks appeared on the stone wall and pieces of rock fell down. "This Lu Suifeng must be trying to use the ice crystal flower to threaten my sister. Previously, his father wanted to use the excuse of marriage to invade my Qingyun Peak. After my sister rejected him, he did not give up. Now he is using this despicable method." Chu Xinyun's thoughts were more meticulous. She said to Xiao Qin, "Yi Qin, how many people did Song Qianhe bring? What are their cultivations like?" Xiao Qin replied, "Including him, there is a total of 10 inner disciples. The one with the highest cultivation is Song Qianhe, a peak martial grand master. Aside from that, there is an outer disciple, Yan Tianzheng, an inferior grade martial grand master. He was the one who found out Lu Suifeng's whereabouts and reported it to Song Qianhe." When Chu Xinyun heard this, her pretty face revealed a worried expression. The weakest inner disciple was a medial grade martial grandmaster. Adding in Yan Tianzheng, they had a total of 11 martial grandmasters. On her side, there were only 3 people. The difference in strength was too great. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care about anything else. We have to obtain the ice crystal flower. Otherwise, my sister might really fall into that bastard's hands. Yi Chen, lead the way. We have to intercept them before they leave the valley." Xiao Chun nodded his head and felt for the spiritual imprint he had obtained. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and circled around the small path towards that group of people. His figure leaped across the ground, moving as fast as lightning. Along the way, Xiao Qin kept thinking of countermeasures. The inner disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion were all elites. Within the same cultivation realm, ordinary cultivators were far from being a match for them. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and said, "The distance is too far. Furthermore, they are riding flame, cloud colts. We will not be able to catch up to them." After Xiao Chen spoke, he did not care about the two shock. A silver warship shot out from his eyes, and he quickly said, "Quickly, get on!" The situation was urgent. Although Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng were shocked, they did not have the chance to ask. They jumped on without saying anything else. After the two of them got on, Xiao Qin activated the formations on the silver warship with all his might. He turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew forward. After a short while, Xiao Qin arrived in front of Song Qinha and the others. Xiao Qin quickly descended and leaped onto a big tree. "They should be passing by here. Don't show any mercy. Kill them all." Xiao Chen's words did not contain any emotions. They were incomparably cold. Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng trembled in fear. Chu Xinyun said, "Yi Qin, killing a fellow disciple is a huge crime in Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If you are discovered, you will be tortured to death. We can discuss this with Song Qinha." "How naive," Xiao Qin smiled coldly. "Do you think everyone is as pure as you? If you are afraid, you don't have to participate. Being soft-hearted will only ruin things. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place." When Chu Xinyan heard this, she was stunned. She frowned slightly. She was so angered by Xiao Chen that she choked. She did not expect Xiao Qin to be so direct. There was no man in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who dared to speak to her like that. Lu Suifeng also advised from the side. This time it might really be a fight to the death. "Xinyan, you better stay back." "Dong, dong, dong." The sound of horses galloping came from the front. There were slight tremors on the ground. Xiao Chun was hidden on top of a tree, and he could feel the tree shaking slightly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow. He focused and drew the bowstring. There was nothing else in his eyes. He just stared straight ahead. Chapter 159. So, when Song Qinha and the others appeared in Xiao Chen's vision, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to release the Essence Light arrow. The Essence Light arrow turned into a beam of light, carrying a boundless killing chi as it flew forward rapidly. This arrow was not aimed at Song Qinha. This battle was too dangerous. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and wanted to kill him in one strike. This arrow was aimed at the weakest person in the group, Zhang Jin. As the horses galloped, dust billowed. Suddenly, Song Qinha, who was on horseback, felt a killing chi. When he saw a cold light flying in front of him, he quickly jumped off his horse and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly dismount." Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. Fortunately, he did not aim the Essence Light arrow at this person. Looking at his reaction speed, this arrow might not be able to do anything. Zhang Jin was preparing to dismount when the Essence Light arrow pierced his throat with a so sound. The arrow carried a huge force and instantly pulled him off his horse. His body flew backwards and knocked into a cultivator. The flame cloud colt he was riding on was startled and jumped around frantically. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Amidst the chaos, another Essence Light arrow flew by gracefully. The flame cloud colt under him was immediately startled and jumped around wildly. The scene instantly turned chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, another essence light arrow flew by gracefully. A Biyun Peak disciple was pierced through the throat and pinned to the ground. When Xiao Chen saw that there were no more opportunities, he put away the Soul Slayer bow and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber. He said, "Make your move. Remember to help me delay Song Qianhe." Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chen kill 2 people from Biyun Peak in the blink of an eye. After all, these were fellow disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chen attack as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 Biyun Peak disciples. After all, these were fellow disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiao Chen descended from the sky and landed beside Song Qianhe. Behind the flame cloud colt, Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen's appearance clearly. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "It's you, Lu Ruyue's disciple. You actually dare to kill the people of my Biyun Peak. You are truly seeking death." The moment he spoke, the remaining 8 cultivators all poked their heads out. When they saw that Xiao Chen was alone, their initial fear instantly vanished. They surrounded Xiao Chen aggressively. "Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being merciful. Kill him." Song Qianhe said with a cold expression. Clank, clank. The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. The saber light rose up and the wind howled. 8 silhouettes rushed towards Xiao Chen quickly. Boundless killing intent swept towards Xiao Chen. Song Qianhe did not make a move. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. There was no need to pay any attention to him. He looked into the distance and saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. "That's good as well. It gives me an excuse to make my move on you." Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A strong gust of wind rose from his body. His figure was already in the air, continuously changing his position. Saber lights shot out in all directions and energy flew everywhere. There were clanging sounds. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant, he sent out countless saber strikes. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, attacking the 8 people first. His figure flickered. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The people of Biyun Peak looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air. They could not figure out his figure at all. They could only passively block when the saber light flashed by. In an instant, Xiao Chen single-handedly dealt with these 8 people. Furthermore, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Xiao Chen even held the upper hand. The boundless saber lights seemed endless. Combined with the afterimages in the air, it was dazzling. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen's body paused in the air. The blue dragon in the river in his body leaped up ferociously. Xiao Chen's feet pushed off the air as though he was on flat ground. His body quickly flipped backward. When they landed, the 8 cultivators all had a few wounds on their bodies. Yan Tianjing, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted angrily, "I'll smack you to death!" Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It covered the sun, as though it covered the sky and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this Yan Tianjing to be a Yan clan disciple with an inherited martial spirit. He pushed off the ground and quickly dodged. The remaining 7 people did not stop moving. They quickly rushed at Xiao Chen. Saber lights flashed wantonly. The 7 of them used their martial techniques, taking turns to attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not panic in the face of danger. He brought out all the comprehensions he had gained in the past few days. Using only the basic saber techniques, he broke the martial techniques of these people one by one. There were 8 saber techniques: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chun made use of every opportunity he had. He continuously executed them as he fought with the 7 people. Occasionally, he dodged the huge black palm descending from above. The heaven-ranked movement technique, blue dragon cloud soaring art, allowed Xiao Chen's body to be as nimble as a flood dragon. Although the situation was dangerous, he was not injured at all. These 7 people were Biyun Peak disciples. Normally, they trained together. Now that they worked together, their movements were perfect. Xiao Chen could not find any openings in a short period of time. Both sides could only fight in a stalemate. On the other side, Lu Suifeng knew that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. He did not hesitate to draw his saber and fight with Song Qianhe. The 2 of them had grasped the martial techniques of Qingyun Peak and Biyun Peak. Their fight was very intense. However, Song Qianhe's cultivation realm was higher than Lu Suifeng's. He had the upper hand. If it were not for Chu Xinyun helping him, he would have been in danger. Chu Xinyun, have you forgotten the rules of Heavenly Saber Pavilion? They dared to attack their fellow sect members. They have already committed a capital offense. If you continue to fight, you will be considered an accomplice. Song Qianhe saw that the fight was not going to end, so he used psychological tactics and shouted at Chu Xinyun. These words struck Chu Xinyun's weak point. Her hands could not help but pause for a moment. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and took advantage of the opportunity. 3 saber lights appeared in the air. His body was like flowing water and his speed doubled. This was Biyun Peak's 3 flowing cloud images. Lu Suifeng, who had been working together with Chu Xinyun, was caught off guard. He was struck by 3 saber lights, and 3 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lu Suifeng injured, Chu Xinyun quickly recovered and blocked Song Qianhe's killing move. The 2 of them worked together to block Song Qianhe's attack once again. However, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen easily dealt with the saber lights of the 7 people. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh to himself. At the crucial moment of life and death, Chu Xinyun is still in a daze. This little girl is unreliable. Shua. Noticing that Xiao Chun was distracted, one of them took the opportunity to increase his speed. The saber in his hand left a small wound on Xiao Chen's arm. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. After fighting for so long, they finally managed to injure Xiao Chen. Their morale could not help but increase. The cold light on their sabers became even sharper. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. When he saw the huge black hand descending on him again, he purposely slowed down his pace. Xiao Chen was struck by the shockwave from the huge black hand. He stumbled and fell to the ground. After that, he quickly got up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen's back was facing the crowd, and he immediately revealed an opening. A few more saber lights landed on Xiao Chen's body. By the time Xiao Chen turned around, his body was already covered in wounds. He had a pained expression on his face. He looked very miserable. There is no need to waste time. Everyone, put in more effort and kill him quickly. Yan Tianzheng, who was at the side, sent out another black hand image as he said excitedly. The 7 Biyun Peak disciples became excited as well. Whoever killed Xiao Chen first would be rewarded greatly. At that time, Song Qianhe would definitely reward them handsomely. Their essence was rapidly depleting as they continuously executed all sorts of killing moves. Their originally well-coordinated footwork was now in disarray. They only wanted to kill Xiao Chen quickly. However, these people did not notice that although there were many wounds on Xiao Chen's body, they were not fatal. Furthermore, the wounds were not deep, they were only superficial wounds. Although it looked like a bloody mess, it was actually all superficial wounds on his body. For the past 2 months, Xiao Chen had been tempering his body every day. Regular attacks could no longer leave behind any fatal wounds on his body. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely unsightly as he quickly retreated. His footsteps were very disorderly. Facing the attacks of the torrential rain, he was like a floating leaf swaying left and right. He was surrounded by danger. It seemed like as long as there was one final strike, Xiao Chen would immediately die without a complete corpse. Just at this moment, a Biyun Peak disciple had already left the group far behind because he was in too much of a hurry. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He stopped moving, and a boundless flame started to burn in the depths of his right eye. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he rejoiced. He leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with his saber, creating a strong wind. When the saber was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's forehead, a flame as thick as a pinky suddenly spewed out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Its speed was extremely fast, and it pierced through that person's chest. A hole appeared in that person's chest. He revealed an incredulous expression. When he saw the hole in his chest rapidly expanding, he was incomparably horrified. That person wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing he could do to stop the spread of the flame. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. Xiao Jiu! The sudden turn of events caught the Biyun Peak disciples off guard. 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were on good terms with Xiao Jiu lost their rationality. They roared angrily and leaped into the air. 3 saber lights, each about 6 meters long, hacked down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen revealed a disdainful smile. Although this irrational attack looked ferocious, it was actually full of openings. If he used some skill, he could easily receive it. He took a small step back with his right foot and tilted his body slightly, using the 8 steps of the pull formula. He executed the 8 moves of the saber technique, and with a huangdang sound, the lunar shadow saber easily blocked the 3 saber strikes. The huge black hand in the sky condensed again. It wanted to make use of this opportunity to smash down on Xiao Chen. You are really never-ending. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and pointed his left hand to the sky. Using his fingers as a sword, a similarly huge black hand appeared. The 2 fingers of the huge hand were like a sharp sword, instantly breaking Yan Tianjing's dragon-seizing hand. Chapter 160. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He opened his left hand, and the huge black hand turned into a huge mountain with 5 fingers. How can this be? My Yen clan's dragon-seizing hand does not have an inherited martial spirit. It is impossible to execute it. How could he learn it? Under Yan Tianjing's disbelieving gaze, the huge hand smashed down and pushed him to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body roared ferociously. A boundless essence poured into his right hand. Xiao Chun swung the lunar shadow saber ferociously, creating a strong wind. He flung away the 3 people in the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The saber lit up with a resplendent electric light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. This was the rushing thunder saber technique that was close to great perfection. This saber strike was as fast as lightning. It brought with it a bone-chilling cold wind. It directly chopped the person who was preparing to sneak attack him in half. When the 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were flung to the ground saw their companion chopped in half at the waist by Xiao Chen, the huge visual impact caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They stood there blankly for a moment before rushing over again. Xiao Chen smiled gently and took a step forward. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose, facing the 3 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt tightly with his right hand. He casually pulled and drew a resplendent arc in the air. The arc flickered with electric light. Explode! Xiao Chen shouted, and the electric light on the arc trembled violently, giving off a loud sound. It created a sharp shock wave. The air exploded like flowing water, and the three people were immediately knocked back. Footsteps came from behind. The remaining three people had already surrounded him from behind. Xiao Qin ignored them. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning, his body soared into the sky. This rushing heaven chop had already been executed to perfection by Xiao Qin. His body seemed to tear through space as he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. The rainbow light disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a long distance, there was a loud explosion. A cultivator's body was pierced through, exploding into pieces. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen's body strangely paused in the air. Thunderclaps continued to explode behind him. The sound waves shook the surroundings, causing the leaves in the dense forest to fall. Because he was afraid of being distracted, Song Qianhe had not been paying attention to the battle at the side. Now that Xiao Chen had caused such a huge commotion, he had no choice but to look. In the end, Song Qianhe turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought he could easily take down Xiao Qin. However, he had already killed 3 Biyun Peak disciples. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyan were astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. They quickly delayed Song Qianhe, preventing him from helping. The battle between the three of them became even more intense. Song Qianhe was very anxious. His attacks became heavier and heavier, forcing the two of them to retreat. However, after Chu Xinyan used her true strength, the two of them had no problem blocking Song Qianhe's attacks. Rushing Thunder Chop! Xiao Chen shouted, and his saber gave off a bright glow. It was like lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chen landed on the head of a Biyun Peak disciple. The lunar shadow saber quickly chopped down, and a Kassier sound rang out. The spirit weapon that person used to block was instantly split in half. The lunar shadow saber did not stop as it continued to descend, chopping that person in half from head to toe. Looking at the two people at the side, Xiao Qin did not stop at all. His movements were like flowing water as he executed the rushing thunder second chain chop, taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen's aura rose to its peak. The feeling he gave off now was like the god of thunder. The rushing thunder second chain chop that he had accumulated energy for 4 moves was executed. The force contained in the saber had reached its peak. Its speed was also at its peak, making it impossible for anyone to block it. Shwa! The two people at the side were cleanly cut into 2 halves. The flickering electric light on the blade charred the 2 corpses black from the electric shock. There are still 3 left. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. The aura on his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, the 3 people were already scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They were afraid that Song Qianhe would settle the score with them later. If that happened, they would not have a good time in Biyun Peak. His essence should be almost exhausted. There is no need to be afraid. The 3 of them comforted each other and rushed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and his body suddenly became blurry like flowing water. The lunar shadow saber in his hand split into 3 afterimages, and his speed instantly doubled. This is the 3 flowing cloud images. How does he know it? This was a secret technique that only the true inheritors of Biyun Peak could learn. After it reached great perfection, it had the might of an earth-ranked martial technique. Now that Xiao Chen executed it, the 3 of them could not understand. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen moved like flowing water. He left a horrifying wound on each of them, causing blood to flow. Interesting, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He did not expect the 3 flowing cloud images to have such might when imitating it with the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was as gentle and silent as flowing water, but it had the momentum of a surging river. It flowed without end and could move at will, making it hard to grasp. This was the essence of the 3 flowing cloud images. After executing the 3 flowing cloud images, Shao Qin suddenly comprehended something. Sudden comprehension was a wondrous state that could only be discovered and not sought. Shao Qin completely forgot about the situation in his surroundings. He was immersed in the state of the 3 flowing cloud images. Using the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, Shao Qin continuously simulated the 3 flowing cloud images. His entire body seemed to have turned into a small, trickling river, flowing continuously. The river water slowly became turbulent, turning into a gushing river. It surged forward and created countless waves. That's not right. This is not the feeling that the 3 flowing cloud images want. Shao Qin shook his head and his footwork started to change. The gushing river slowly calmed down, turning into a pool of calm seawater. There were no ripples on the surface of the sea. It was as smooth as a mirror. The clouds in the sky moved quickly in the sea. It was like there was another sky here. The water under the sea flowed slowly. The huge rocks that were as tall as mountains were silently eroded by the water, turning into small depressions. Shao Qin suddenly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, he could not help but be startled. He had actually walked 100 meters without realizing it. The 3 Being Peak disciples were also dragged over by Shao Qin. There was not a single part of their skin that was unscathed. They were covered in wounds of varying depths. They could not be any more dead. Wherever Shao Qin passed by, a 1-meter-wide gully appeared. It was like flowing water had flowed through it. It was so smooth that there were no ripples at all. Song Qianhe looked at all this in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, "This is the state of perfection like water. Even my father has not reached this state." Taking advantage of the moment, Song Qianhe was distracted. Lu Suifeng shouted and the saber light on his saber sword. As the saber light approached, Song Qianhe felt a dangerous aura. He quickly recovered his wits and swung his saber to block this attack. Shao Qin took a step forward and stared at Song Qianhe, who was fighting. Yan Tianzheng, who was beside him, had already recovered and was struggling to stand up. Dragon seizing hand. Shao Qin did not even bother looking at him. A huge black palm appeared from nowhere. He clenched his fingers and turned them into a huge fist. The ground trembled and Yan Tianzheng was smashed into meat paste. Shao Qin had a faint smile on his face as he walked toward Song Qianhe. He used his spiritual sense to form a huge deity in the air. That deity opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a torch as it tore through the air and stared at Song Qianhe. This was a deity that was once imitated by an ancient sage. Naturally, Shao Qin's spiritual sense was not as strong as a sage's. However, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe, who was fighting with Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun, felt a formless pressure. It was like a pair of eyes pierced through time and entered his mind. As Shao Qin got closer, the pressure slowly increased. He felt like his heartbeat was synchronized with Shao Qin's footsteps. Bang! 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 The sound of his heartbeat became louder and louder, like it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. Song Qianhe thought to himself, "What's going on? That person is just an inferior grade martial master. There's no need to panic. I need to remain calm." Although he was doing his best to remain calm, it was like his limbs were bound by something. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to leave many wounds on Song Qianhe's body. Shao Qin did not make a move. He simply stood quietly at the side and continuously focused his spiritual sense on that deity. Golden halos appeared behind the deity that could not be seen with the naked eye. The golden light was very dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the deity's eyes. The golden light seeped into Song Qianhe's soul. Song Qianhe's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. His body was actually temporarily restricted. After the deity shot out this golden light, it immediately shattered. Shao Qin took advantage of this opportunity and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a flood dragon and soared into the sky. He created a cloud of dust as he passed by Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. In an instant, he arrived before Song Qianhe and hacked at his chest. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. This fellow actually wore a superior grade Earth ranked battle armor on his chest. Xiao Chen's saber strike did not kill him in one strike. However, the huge force gathered on the saber sent Song Qianhe flying. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered significant internal injuries. Song Qianhe came to his senses. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, he turned around to leave. Trying to run? Leave the ice crystal flower behind. Lu Suifeng roared angrily and flew up. The small saber in his hand spun continuously in his palm. He casually tossed it out, and the spinning small saber caused the surrounding air currents to blow up an intense hurricane. The hurricane rose from the ground and instantly engulfed Song Qianhe. Miserable cries came from within. When the hurricane stopped, Song Qianhe fell heavily from the sky, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Chen went forward and removed the universe ring from his hand. Xiao Chen gently touched it, and a large number of inferior grade spirit stones fell out. There were also many good quality medicinal pills and gold notes. Xiao Chen found the ice crystal flower and handed it to Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng revealed a faint smile and happily received it. Seeing at least 100 inferior grade spirit stones on the ground, the smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He asked Xiao Chen, "What do we do with these spirit stones?" His meaning was very clear. He wanted to split the spoils. However, Chu Xinyun was here, so Lu Suifeng could not say it out loud. He wanted Xiao Chen to say it. Chapter 161. How could Xiao Chen not know what he meant? He cursed in his heart and smiled faintly. What else can we do? Split it among the three of us. When Song Qianhe, who was severely injured by Qingyun Peak's secret technique, saw that Xiao Chen wanted to split his spirit stones, he scolded angrily. "You bunch of paupers, trash! Don't touch my spirit stones. Otherwise, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He stepped on his face and interrupted him. After that, he stomped on his face a few times. Withdrawing his foot, Xiao Chen slowly placed the lunar shadow saber on Song Qianhe's throat. The danger of death frightened Song Qianhe until he turned pale. "Don't kill me. My father is the Peak Master of Biyun Peak. He is already a Peak Martial King. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape." Chu Xinyun advised, "Young Master Yi, we cannot kill Song Qianhe. If we kill him, we will have no way out." Xiao Chen found it funny. Even at this moment, she is still talking about not killing Song Qianhe. If I let Song Qianhe go, could it be that I am waiting for him to recover and seek trouble for me? Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, a dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in Song Qianhe's sleeves. He got up and stabbed at Xiao Chen. Song Qianhe seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. It was incomparably fast. Although Xiao Chen was deep in thought, he kept his guard up. Just as the cold light was about to reach him, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the killing move that Song Qianhe had prepared for a long time. Pusi. Seeing Xiao Chen dodge, Song Qianhe instantly changed his target. His right hand moved quickly, and the dagger stabbed into Chu Xinyun's body. It dyed her pure, white clothes red. Song Qianhe did not stop and quickly let go, pushing Chu Xinyun away. There were still a few flame cloud colts there. It was an opportunity for him to escape. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Just as Song Qianhe was about to mount a flame cloud colt, it grabbed him tightly. Xiao Chen pulled back with his right hand, causing Song Qianhe to scream as he was pulled back. With a loud bang, Song Qianhe landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Chen went up and stepped on Song Qianhe's face, continuously stepping on it. After a while, Song Chinha's handsome face was badly mutilated from being stepped on. He groaned in pain. "Don't kill me!" Xiao Qin could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed on the lunar shadow saber, and he hacked at Song Chinha's neck. When Chu Xinyun, who was in Lu Suifeng's embrace, saw this, she said weakly, "Yi Qin, don't kill him, you can't. We're all women so narrow-minded. You nearly died, yet you still say not to kill me." Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Every true inheritor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a trace of qi stored in the main hall. If you kill him, they will investigate your identity immediately. The Divine Saber Camp will chase you to the ends of the world. Chu Xinyun said anxiously, "There's such a thing?" Xiao Qin knew a little about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. It represented the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Everyone in there was an expert, and they had a lot of combat experience. Xiao Qin felt very depressed. He spun his saber, and the back of the lunar shadow saber hacked at Song Chinha's neck, knocking him out. When Chu Xinyun saw the situation, her pale face relaxed. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Qin. "There is a medicinal pill in there. Feed it to him later, and it will erase all his memories of today." Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He received the medicinal pill, and pride opened Song Chinha's mouth. Then he ruthlessly shoved the medicinal pill down Song Chinha's throat. Lu Suifeng looked at the wound on Chu Xinyun's chest. He did not know what to do. He said anxiously, "Yi Qin, what should we do? The dagger is still stuck in Xinyun's body. Should we pull it out?" Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He lowered his body and looked at it carefully. Song Chinha's move was very ferocious. It was very strong. Song Chinha had stabbed the entire dagger in. Fortunately, the situation was urgent, and he did not injure any vital points. The dagger was stuck in Xinyun's left shoulder. Lu Suifeng had already sealed a few acupoints nearby, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Put this medicinal pill in first. I will try to see if I can pull it out now." Xiao Qin took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun received the blood-replenishing pill, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was not in a rush to put it in. Instead, she asked, "Yi Qin, did you refine this yourself?" Xiao Chen was currently trying to figure out how to pull out the dagger stuck in her left chest. He did not have the time to answer her question in detail, so he just nodded his head vaguely. Xiao Qin turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and sent it into the wound. He saw that there were countless tiny hooks on both sides of the dagger. They were tightly embedded in Chu Xinyun's flesh. Xiao Qin took in a deep breath of cold air. His impression of Chu Xinyun changed slightly. The hooks were tightly embedded in the wound. It was easy to imagine what kind of pain it would bring to her. Chu Xinyun was in such great pain, yet she was able to remain so calm. It was not simple. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, asked, "Yi Qin, are you confident? This dagger has to be pulled out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more serious it will be." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he was not a professional. Although he had his own ideas, he was not 100% sure that it would work. There are many hooks on this dagger. They are already embedded in the flesh. Furthermore, the wound is very deep. I am not very confident. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided to speak the truth. Xiao Chen placed the jade cloud pill in his mouth. The refreshing medicinal energy turned into a cooling sensation as it gathered at the wound and slowly circulated around. Chu Xinyun felt the pain lessen significantly. She revealed a warm smile as she said, "I believe in you. Do it." Lu Suifeng also said from the side, "Yi Qin, do it. Be decisive, don't drag this out." This Lu Suifeng made it sound simple. This concerns a human life. How can I not be cautious? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Shai Qin took out a piece of wood from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Here, put it in your mouth. What is this for? Chu Xinyun asked suspiciously as she received the piece of wood. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. He did not expect that she would not understand such a simple principle. He explained, although I know you are very good at enduring, the instant I pull the dagger out, it will be extremely painful. I'm afraid you will not be able to resist biting off your own tongue. When Chu Xinyun heard how horrifying Xiao Chen's explanation was, she was somewhat afraid. She slowly placed the piece of wood in her mouth. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, Can I ask Miss Xinyun a few questions? Just shake your head or nod your head to answer me. Chu Xinyun nodded her head. Xiao Chen asked, Miss Xinyun's double eyelids, are they natural or acquired? Are you born with one eye and you shake your head the other day? What a strange question. Chu Xinyun's face was filled with doubt. However, she still nodded her head. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued to ask, Then Xinyun is really a natural beauty. There should be many guys chasing after her in the heavenly saber pavilion, right? A blush appeared on Chu Xinyun's pale face. She looked like a pure little red flower in the depths of the mountains. She looked exceptionally pure. Although she was embarrassed, Chu Xinyun still nodded her head. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued asking, With so many pursuers, has Miss Xinyun taken a fancy to any of them? Have you ever had a passionate relationship with one of them? Xiao Chen's questions were getting more and more embarrassing. Chu Xinyun's neck was already red. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so direct, asking her such a question in front of her. She shook her head to indicate that she had not. Xiao Qin continued to ask such questions, slowly diverting Chu Xinyun's attention. His right hand had already unknowingly grasped the dagger hilt. Xiao Qin was extremely focused. He focused all his spiritual sense on the wound where the dagger was inserted. He carefully observed the taut flesh on the barb of the dagger. It's time, Xiao Qin thought to himself. It's time to be ruthless. Xiao Chen had a smile on his face as he said very sincerely, If that is the case, then Miss Xinyun has no experience with men. What kind of question is this? Lu Suifeng's jaw dropped. He did not expect Xiao Qin to ask such a perverted question. Chu Xinyun's mind also went blank. Her eyes revealed anger as she stared at Xiao Qin. It was like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Xiao Qin could not be bothered with her. The instant he asked the question, he focused all his attention on the wound. He did not dare to be distracted. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could feel Chu Xinyun's emotions fluctuating rapidly. The flesh on the barb of the dagger started to contract rapidly. Shua! Xiao Qin took advantage of this opportunity. When the barb of the dagger was completely squeezed out, he decisively pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen quickly pressed on the acupoints in front of the wound. Only then did the blood stop spurting out. Looking at the smooth dagger, aside from blood, there was no flesh on it. Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Chu Xinyun had not recovered her wits yet. She was distracted earlier and had almost forgotten about the dagger in her wound. The sudden intense pain caused her to frown. Her facial features scrunched up as she bit the piece of wood in her mouth. After a long time, she finally caught her breath and spat out the piece of wood in her mouth. Thinking of the earlier question, she could not care about her weak body. She sent a slap at Xiao Chen and scolded, "Hooligan!" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and easily grabbed Chu Xinyun's wrist. He used his palm to strike her neck heavily, causing her to faint. Lu Suifeng asked anxiously, "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" Xiao Chen explained she is extremely weak now. Her body will not be able to take it if she gets angry like that. It is best for her to rest first. Actually, Xiao Chen felt a little guilty in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would continue to cause trouble. Oh. Lu Suifeng nodded and suddenly remembered the earlier matter. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Yi Qin, what did you mean by that question?" "I have to explain this matter to him. Otherwise, there will be a big misunderstanding." Xiao Qin said, "The design of this dagger is very vicious. There are barbs all over it. They are already deeply embedded into Chu Xinyun's flesh." Although she did not cry out, her body was actually in a state of high tension. Her muscles were very tense. If Xiao Qin could not think of a way to distract her, she would bleed twice as much when she draws the dagger. Chapter 162. After Xiao Qin said this, he paused for a while. He took out the dagger and said the surface of the dagger would not be as smooth as it is now. At the very least, a large piece of flesh would come out. I'm afraid she would be in so much pain that she would bite through the wood. Lu Suifeng thought for a while and felt that what Xiao Qin said was reasonable. His expression turned warmer as he said, "Yi Qin, thank you. Not only did you help me retrieve the ice crystal flower, you even saved Chu Xinyun. Xinyun must still be misunderstanding you. I'll help you explain later." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and patted Lu Suifeng's shoulder. "Don't say that. I received so much care from elder sister Riwet in Qinyun Peak. Doing this is something I should do. As for explaining or not, there is no need. After all, her situation is more or less recovered. I am not familiar with her, so it is fine to take the blame." After Xiao Qin spoke, he took out a blood replenishing pill and a roll of bandages from his universe ring. This bandage was something he had bought for himself after he was injured by the ice ape last time, just in case. The bandages were coated with good quality medicine. They were much more effective than ordinary bandages. Xiao Qin handed the bandages and medicinal pills to Lu Suifeng and said, "Go and bandage her wounds." Lu Suifeng received the bandages and medicinal pills and gestured around Chu Xinyun a few times. However, he did not know how to do it. After a while, he said with a flushed face, "Brother Yi Qin, you should do it. I really have no experience in this." "Damn, you just told me to be more decisive. Now that it's your turn, you are shrugging." Xiao Qin said helplessly, "Aren't you chasing after her? This is such a good opportunity to show off, yet you are giving it to me. Are you kidding me?" Lu Suifeng said hesitantly, "Men and women should not touch each other. I'm afraid that when Xinyun wakes up, she will blame me." Normally, Lu Suifeng was very carefree. Now he was acting like this. Xiao Qin felt impatient in his heart. He took the medicinal pills and bandages back. Sila. This was not the first time Xiao Qin did this. He was very familiar with the process. In an instant, he tore off a long strip of the clothes around Chu Xinyun's wound. A large patch of snow-white skin was revealed. Xiao Qin had already trained his mental fortitude long ago. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on her skin. Then he lifted Chu Xinyun's arm and bandaged it up. "Done." After tying the bandage, Xiao Qin got up and said faintly. After doing all this, Xiao Qin started to collect the spoils of war. He actually found another 50 inferior grade spirit stones on Yan Tianjing's body. In addition to the inferior grade spirit stones from the 7 Biyun Peak disciples, Xiao Qin had a total of more than 200 inferior grade spirit stones. When Xiao Qin was tidying up Song Qianha's universe ring, aside from some medicinal pills and spirit stones, he unexpectedly discovered the 3 flowing cloud images martial technique. Xiao Qin gave half of the spirit stones to Lu Suifeng. However, Lu Suifeng insisted on not taking it. He said that he was already very satisfied with the ice crystal flower. Furthermore, these people were all killed by Xiao Qin. It was not reasonable for him to take more spirit stones. Xiao Qin was helpless. He symbolically gave him 10 spirit stones before Lu Suifeng was willing to take it. After that, Xiao Qin started to clean up the battlefield. He burned all the corpses on the ground with his purple thunder, true fire. When Xiao Chun saw the flame cloud colts not far away, he noticed that these spirit beasts did not scatter. Xiao Chun was afraid that he might have left some traces behind, so he could only kill all these valuable flame cloud colts. After looking at the unconscious Song Chinha on the ground, Xiao Chun revealed a look of disgust. He kicked him and sent him hanging from a tree branch at the side. After doing all this, Xiao Chun walked over to Lu Suifeng and said, "Chu Xinyun needs to pick those herbs. There is no time to waste. I will help her pick them. When she wakes up, we will leave immediately." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, "I don't remember very clearly. She only thought I said it once. There was ice heart grass, hidden frost flower, frost fruit, and there seemed to be purple snow lotus. They were all rank 5 herbs. They were not hard to find." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Take care of her first. When I return, we will leave immediately." After Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly left the place, disappearing from Lu Suifeng's vision. After a while, he stopped on top of a large tree. The spirit core in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly extended out. Instantly, all the surrounding herbs appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were too many herbs. Xiao Chen started to give instructions, eliminating all the herbs that were not rank 5. After that, he only left about 100 rank 5 herbs in his sea of consciousness. This way, it would be much easier to find them. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. He had already found where the ice heart grass was distributed. There were rank 4 spirit beasts, frost snakes, in that area. Xiao Chen thought for a while and came up with a countermeasure. It was just a rank 4 spirit beast. There was no need to spend too much effort on it. On the other side, as Xiao Chen was doing his best to pick the herbs, Chu Xinyun woke up earlier than expected. The main reason was because Xiao Chen had underestimated Chu Xinyun's strength. Furthermore, because her body was too weak, he did not deal a heavy blow. Chu Xinyun slowly woke up. She felt dizzy. After a long time, she slowly woke up. She looked at the bandages on her chest. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She said to Lu Suifeng, "Suifeng, who tore my clothes?" Lu Suifeng was startled. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would misunderstand him. He quickly distanced himself. "Brother Yi Chen was the one who tied it up for you. I'm not very good at this." Chu Xinyun revealed a sullen expression as she struggled to sit up. She leaned against a tree and said, "This Yi Chen, I originally thought he was just a smooth talker. I did not expect him to be such a lecher. He does not care about propriety or honor. No wonder Senior's sister, Lung, scolded him as a lecher." Lu Suifeng felt ashamed in his heart. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly repeated what Xiao Chen had explained to him to Chu Xinyun. After Chu Xinyun heard it, she thought about it for a long time. She knew that what Xiao Chen said made sense. Knowing that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen, he had an awkward expression on his face. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He said that doesn't mean he could just casually tear a girl's clothes. Furthermore, he said such vulgar words. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure suddenly landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was surprised to see Chu Xinyun awake. He said in astonishment, "When did you wake up? You need to sleep for at least 10 hours. Otherwise, your body will take a long time to recover." Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly appear, Chu Xinyun's face turned even redder. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Suifeng, and the two of them exchanged glances. Xiao Chen understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This matter was nothing in his original world. However, it was so troublesome in this world. He tossed a bottle of blood-replenishing pills to Chu Xinyun and said, "If you insist on not sleeping, then take this medicine for 3 days. Take it orally and apply it externally. Take it once a day." After Xiao Chen spoke, he waved his hand and passed the herbs he had picked to Chu Xinyun. A silver warship flew out from his right eye, and he jumped onto it. Lu Suifeng supported Chu Xinyun and followed. When Shao Chun saw the two of them board, he immediately controlled the warship to fly towards the entrance of Evil Wind Valley. After a while, Chu Xinyun organized the herbs. She discovered that they were all the herbs she needed. Not a single one was missing. She walked behind Shao Chun and thanked him in a soft voice. Shao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "There is no need to thank me. We are even now." He thought about his actions carefully and felt that there were indeed a lot of things that were not appropriate. Although his actions were done with good intentions, it was inappropriate to say those words to a girl. This was probably the reason why Shao Chun helped her pick the herbs. In the end, he wanted to make it up to her. "That's right, Suifeng. Are our 3 horses fine?" Shao Chun changed the topic. Lu Suifeng said they are fine. "If we leave, the people there will continue to take care of them for us. When we have time, we can come back to collect them." The journey was silent. Shao Chun did not say anything after that. He piloted the silver warship and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning as it flew through the sky. When they could see Lingyun mountain range, Shao Chun slowed down. There were countless restrictions of various sizes in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If it were not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's warship and spirit pet, they would not be able to barge in even if they had 9 lives. Naturally, Shao Chun would not make such a mistake. When they neared the foot of the mountain, they slowly landed the silver warship. Then, the 3 of them headed for Lingyun mountain range. After entering the mountain, Lu Suifeng wanted to send Chu Xinyun back. Shao Chun returned to Qingyun Peak alone. At this moment, it was nearing dusk. By the time Shao Chun rushed to Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. Shao Chun had experienced a lot of things today. He felt incredibly fatigued. After he entered his room, he immediately went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Shao Chun vaguely heard a series of violent knocks on his door, startling Shao Chun awake. Shao Chun opened his eyes unwillingly. He was in a bad mood as he opened the door. He called out, "Who is it? Are you not letting me sleep?" Pussy-eye! A sharp killing chi covered the sky and earth. It startled Shao Chun to the point where he was no longer sleepy. He suddenly woke up and quickly retreated. A small saber, flashing with a cold light, brushed past his nose. "Are you awake? Do you still want to sleep?" Naturally, aside from Lu Riue, there was no one else who could use such a valiant method to chase away his sleepiness. Shao Chun looked at Lu Riue, who had a cold expression and a grave expression. He asked carefully, "Elder Sister Ru, what happened? Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" Lu Riue's eyes turned slightly red. She said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that? After such a big thing happened, you did not even say anything to me before lying down and sleeping. Do you not respect me, your master?" Shao Chun had never seen Lu Riue so angry before. Although she had a bad temper in the past, it was different from today's situation. Aside from being angry, Lu Riue also seemed a little sad. Her tone was filled with disappointment. Shao Chun quickly thought of why Lu Riue was angry. He explained, "Elder Sister Riue, I feel that I have already dealt with the matters in Evil Wind Valley. There are no more problems." Chapter 163. Suddenly, a pig's head appeared beside Shao Chun. It said in a trembling voice, "Yi Chin, quickly apologize to my sister. She knows everything." The sudden appearance of a pig's head startled Shao Chun. After he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a human face that had been beaten swollen. Shao Chun looked for a long time, but could not recognize this person. "Who are you?" "Wu. I am Lu Suifeng." Lu Suifeng's mouth was swollen as he stuttered. He was crying in his heart. Even Shao Chun could not recognize him. When he went out tomorrow, it would be over for him. Shao Chun felt ashamed in his heart. He tried to explain for Lu Suifeng Elder sister Ryue, actually for the sake of retrieving the ice crystal flower, that was my idea. It has nothing to do with Brother Sui Feng. Lu Ryue shook her head. You are not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is Sui Feng. He was careless in the past and exposed his whereabouts. Furthermore, he even brought an unrelated person with him. We had to obtain the ice crystal flower. Even if we had to offend Biyun Peak, we had to get it back. You were able to help Qingyun Peak retrieve the lost ice crystal flower. Not only were you not in the wrong, you also performed a meritorious deed. However, I do not understand. After such a big thing happened, why did you not tell me immediately? Do you know how serious this matter is? Xiao Chen felt guilty in his heart. He said in a soft voice, I thought that after Song Qianhe consumed the medicinal pill and destroyed all the evidence, it would not be a big deal. Lu Ryue smiled coldly. You are too naive. That little vixen is the same. Let's not talk about whether there is an antidote for a medicinal pill that causes a person to lose their memories for a day. Even if there is no antidote, he will only forget today's memories. If he had planned this from the start, even if he forgot today's events, he would be able to deduce who snatched the ice crystal flower based on where he was. Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. Why did he think of this? He thought that as long as Song Qianhe forgot today's events, there would not be any problems. Now, it looks like he thought too simply. Lingyun Mountain Range, Biyun Peak, a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. This was the peak where all the spiritual energy in Biyun Peak gathered. It was also one of the 7 branches of the underground spirit vein in the entire Lingyun Mountain Range. It could be said to be one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin Nation. Cultivating on it would allow one to absorb spiritual energy 4 or 5 times faster than a regular person. However, there were only a few people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could enjoy such treatment. An old man sat cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was like a mist constantly pouring into his body. Wisps of green smoke rose from his forehead. This person was the peak master of Biyun Peak, Song Quebec. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Martial King, and he already had 1 foot in the martial monarch realm. 20 years ago, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's elders had died. An expert like Song Ke was now one of the top 10 in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a figure quickly rushed over from the foot of the mountain. He carried a thick saber on his back. When he was about 10 meters away from the old man, he slowly stopped. He had an extremely nervous expression on his face. When Song Ke felt this person, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the person. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, Gongming, didn't I tell you not to disturb me for the next half a month? This person called Gongming was Song Ke's last disciple. Although he was not a true inheritor of Biyun Peak, his status and position were much lower than a true inheritor's. In the entire Biyun Peak, aside from the elders, he was the only one who dared to disturb Song Ke's cultivation at this moment. Zhao Gongming felt somewhat nervous. He said softly, replying to Master. Someone from the main hall sent news earlier. They said that the aura of the life medallion that junior brother left in the main hall is extremely weak. It seems, Song Ke's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, seems like what? Zhao Gongming braced himself and said, it seems like his life could be in danger at any moment. Bang! Song Ke suddenly stood up, and the rock he was sitting on suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments. When the wind blew, the fragments turned into powder and were carried away by the wind. A surging killing intent flashed past in a flash. Song Ke quickly hid his emotions and said, when did this happen? Where did Qianhe go? Who did he go with? Tell me in detail. Before Zhao Gongming came, he had already made some inquiries. At this moment, he reported everything in detail. Yesterday, junior brother brought 6 Biyun Peak disciples. They were all medial grade martial grandmasters, and above to Evil Wind Valley. The news I heard was that Lu Ryue needed the ice crystal flower in Evil Wind Valley to use as an ingredient to save people. I am not sure where junior brother got this news from, but he brought people to Evil Wind Valley in advance. Since then, there has been no news of him. A cold light flashed in Song Kei's eyes. He said coldly, Lu Ryue, you better pray that nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I will destroy Qingyun Peak completely. Come, let's go to Saber City. In Saber City, Lord's residence, Gu Yunbin carefully listened to Zhao Gongming's narration. After that, he said to Song Kei, Brother Song, don't be anxious. I will arrange for people to search for your son. Song Kei cupped his hands and said, I will have to trouble City, Lord Gu. There were spies from Saber City within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Going to Evil Wind Valley to find a person was not a difficult matter for Gu Yunbin. After 2 hours, there was a result. An outer disciple quickly walked in and said, reporting to City Lord, we have found Senior Brother Song in Evil Wind Valley. Should we bring him back? Song Kei said, don't bring him back. Bring me to the scene immediately. I want to see who is so daring. In Evil Wind Valley, Song Kei looked at Song Chinha, who had been dragged down from the tree. Rage burned in his eyes. Song Chinha's face was covered in shoe prints. He did not look like a human anymore. The few Biyun Peak disciples beside him quickly cleaned up the blood on Song Chinha's body. Then they fed him medicinal pills and bandaged him. Then they used their essence to treat his injuries. After a while, Song Chinha slowly woke up. When he saw the people in front of him, he did not understand the situation. He asked curiously, Father, Senior Brother, why are you here? Where am I? Damn, why is it so painful? The moment Song Chinha said that, he discovered that his lips were in extreme pain. Only then did he realize that he was severely injured. There were bandages all over his body. What's going on? Where are Xiao Jiu and the others? How did I become like this? Who did this? Song Chinha did his best to remember. However, he could not remember how he became like this. Forget worry pill. Gu Yunbin and Song Kei exchanged glances. They both had an answer in their hearts. The two of them walked behind Song Chinha and stretched out their right hands. Pure and surging essence entered Song Chinha's body. Pooh! The essence moved quickly in Song Chinha's body. Soon it found the medicinal pill in his dantian. The two of them exerted force at the same time. Song Chinha opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid onto the ground. Gu Yunbin withdrew his hand and said, if another day had passed, the medicinal energy of this forget-worry pill would have completely permeated his body. At that time, even if a martial sage made a move, it would be useless. Since your young master is fine, I will take my leave first. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only one person had the forget-worry pill. The matter of Song Chinha being attacked was incomparably complicated. It involved the internal strife of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Gu Yunbin did not want to get involved in this matter, so he took his leave first. Song Kei did not stop him. He said, this song owes the city Lord a favor. I will repay it in the future. After Gu Yunbin led the people of Saber City away, Song Chinha completely remembered what happened yesterday. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yi Qin, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. In Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin had not slept since he was woken up last night. The pig-faced Lu Suifeng beside him said, Sis, it is not as serious as you think, right? Lu Ryue smiled coldly. I think you have been bewitched by that woman. You have lost your intelligence. Just wait, the people from Biyun Peak will definitely come before sunset. Xiao Qin felt slightly worried in his heart. This matter was mostly his idea. He said, Elder Sister Ryue, if these people really come, you can push all the responsibility to me. I am well aware of it. At worst, I will just leave the heavenly saber pavilion." When Lu Ryue heard this, she smiled gently. Her charming face revealed a gentle expression. "Don't you want to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it?" When Xiao Qin heard this, he was stunned. During his time in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had asked around in his spare time. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it had deepened. He discovered that it was almost impossible to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Lu Ryue took the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hands and drew it out with a huangdang sound. A cold glint flowed on the black blade, and traces of electricity slowly leaped about. She pointed the saber at the sky. When the sunlight shone on the saber, it gave off a faint glow. The streamlined saber was filled with a boundless beauty at this moment. Lu Wu looked at it seriously and muttered, "You are doing this for the saber, right? If you just leave, don't you want to undo the seal in the saber?" Xiao Chen thought of the arrogance sealed in the saber. He felt dispirited. If he could not learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, he might not be able to undo the seal in his life. "You don't have to worry about the matter of Biyun Peak. I said it before, the fault lies with Sui Feng, not you. You have done well. I only resent you for not discussing such a big matter with me." "Elder sister." Xiao Chen felt that the words were stuck in his throat, but he could not say them. Lu Ryue smiled brilliantly. Her pretty face was like a flower. She was like a fairy from the mountains, filled with a special charm. "Don't say any more, I forgive you. Remember, don't do it again. Today, I will borrow your lunar shadow saber." Wang. Lu Ryue swung the lunar shadow saber in the air. The saber buzzed continuously in the air. Suddenly, it released an intense electric light. It was as resplendent as the sun, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, the rank 6 thunder rock demonic core merged with the saber broke through its previous restraints. The aura of a peak martial king spread out without restraint. An ear-piercing thunder roar came from the saber. It was like a thunder rock leaped out from the saber and roared angrily. A visible ripple spread out in the air. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng, who were behind Lu Ryue, felt a huge pressure. It was like their shoulders were bearing a weight of 10,000 tons. It was incomparably painful. Chapter 164. This is a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a true, superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a subdivine weapon. The Tianwu continent had not seen a heaven-ranked spirit weapon for several hundred years. He did not expect to see a heaven-ranked spirit weapon here. Furthermore, it was a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with shock as well. He could not understand how Lu Ryue was able to recover the lunar shadow saber to heaven-ranked. Lu Ryue held the lunar shadow saber and stood there proudly. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. She looked down the mountain and said indifferently, "Let's go, they are here." Lu Ryue sheathed her saber, and the aura of the lunar shadow saber disappeared. She led Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng down the mountain, quickly. No one said anything. Their expressions were extremely grave. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a group of cultivators rushing towards Qingyun Peak aggressively. They did not hide their killing chi at all. They left a trail of dust behind them, startling countless birds. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the people. The person leading them was the last disciple of Biyun Peak's peak master, Songke Zhao Gongming. Behind him were several Biyun Peak elders. They were all martial saints. Song Qianhe, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, was in the middle of the group. Xiao Chen counted carefully. Including Zhao Gongming, there were 7 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters. Among them, Zhao Gongming was the strongest. He was a medial grade martial saint. The other martial saints were only inferior grade martial saints. It was not strange for there to be so many inferior grade martial saints. After reaching martial saint, every step forward was extremely difficult. Many people would remain in the inferior grade martial saint realm for their entire lives. Hence, people like Lu Ruyue, who reached peak martial saint at the age of 24, were terrifying. Even so, Xiao Qin was worried for Lu Ruyue. There were so many martial saints. Although their cultivations were lower than Lu Ruyue's, their numbers could make up for the difference. Song Ke hid himself in the clouds in the sky. He looked at Lu Ruyue and the others with a sinister gaze. Song Qianhe's life was not in danger. Furthermore, there was no concrete evidence to prove that the dead Biyun Peak disciples were killed by Xiao Qin and Lu Suifeng. As a peak lord, it was not suitable for him to show himself at this moment. He could just let the younger generation cause a ruckus. It would be best if they could force the one at the top of the mountain out. Song Ke looked at the towering peak of Qingyun Peak and muttered, "Old eccentric Lu has been hiding on the peak for decades. Whether he is dead or alive, he should at least come out. Right now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is lacking in manpower. You do not wish to see a little girl become the pavilion master, right?" Song Ke's gaze pierced through the boundless space, as if he could see the peak of the mountain. Ever since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's great tribulation 20 years ago, the old pavilion master had passed away. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a pavilion master. The old pavilion master's daughter, Lung Yosu, became the young pavilion master. The elders' assembly managed the Heavenly Saber Pavilion together. As the saying went, a family could not go without a master. A nation could not go without a ruler. The danger of such a situation was self-evident to the development and prestige of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, before the old pavilion master died, he did not leave behind a clear will. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who was qualified to become the pavilion master. Due to all the compromises, it resulted in the current situation. The old pavilion master's daughter would inherit the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. The one who was most dissatisfied with this was Song Quebec. Although his strength was still far from those old monsters, he was still qualified to inherit the position of pavilion master. He was the youngest. That's right, he was the youngest among the peak martial kings in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was only 50 years old. After he advanced to martial king, he would have no problem living to 200 years old. His resentment for the position of pavilion master was the strongest among all the peak lords. All along, he had been looking for an opportunity to swallow up Qingyun Peak. At that time, he would have the strength of two factions. He would have a greater say in the elders' assembly. Song Qianhe's pursuit of Lu Ruyue was mostly due to Song Quebec. Song Ke had turned a blind eye to Song Ke's underhanded methods and acquiesced to them. Actually, Song Ke had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If it were not for the apprehension in his heart, he would have used forceful methods long ago. Song Ke looked at the peak and entered deep thought. At the foot of the peak, Lu Ruyue took the initiative to speak first. "Zhao Gongming, what are you trying to do by bringing a bunch of trash and old men here?" Before Zhao Gongming could speak, Song Qianhe, whose face was covered in bandages, said angrily, "Lu Ruyue, your disciple killed 8 of my Biyun Peak disciples. According to the sect rules, you have to hand him over. Otherwise, you will be considered an accomplice." Lu Ruyue frowned, and a murderous intent shot out from her black eyes. She glared at Song Qianhe, scaring him into taking a few steps back. Lu Ruyue mocked. "A piece of trash like you is not embarrassed to be a true inheritor of Biyun Peak. You are already like this. You can imagine how strong the ordinary disciples of Biyun Peak are. Who knows which Tom, Dick, or Harry killed them?" When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Ruyue being so unyielding, he did not get angry. Instead, he rejoiced. He said, "Senior Sister Lu, don't change the topic. 8 Biyun Peak disciples did die. Furthermore, junior brother Song, saw them being killed by Yi Qin. As for whether he was the one who killed them or not, we will hand him over to the law enforcement hall. Lu Riyue removed the golden identity token from her waist and said in a deep voice, "Look at the identity token in my hand clearly. I am the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, not your senior sister. Whether Biyun Peak disciples died or not, even if the law enforcement hall's people come, they will not be able to take them away from me without any evidence." Zhao Gongming smiled coldly and said, "Qingyun Peak is just a faction with only one disciple. Are you not embarrassed to use your status to suppress me?" Lu Riyue smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, causing the surrounding people to look at her. Their minds became dazed for a moment. Even if there is only one person in Qingyun Peak, it is not something trash like you can laugh at. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already rushed forward. She left behind afterimages in the air and arrived before Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming did not panic. Instead, he was secretly delighted. Even if there was no evidence, as long as Lu Riyue made the first move to injure someone, their actions this time would not leave any room for others to talk about. However, he soon stopped smiling. A resplendent light lit up and the lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huangdang sound. The aura of a rank 6 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak martial king, surged towards him. Even with Zhao Gongming's strength as a medial grade martial saint, his breathing actually became hurried before this overwhelming aura. His originally smooth movements became sluggish for a moment. Zhao Gongming gave up on drawing his saber. He controlled his body and quickly retreated. However, this saber was simply too fast. Furthermore, it borrowed the might of the heavenly weapon. The saber light still left a long wound in front of Zhao Gongming. The wound was not deep, but as blood spurted out, it quickly dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. The battle could start at any moment. After the remaining 7 martial saints recovered from their momentary daze, they quickly attacked Lu Riyue. This was a battle between martial saints. These martial grandmasters could not interfere. Saber chi flew everywhere, and figures flashed about. Xiao Chen and the others could only see some blurry figures. The range of the battle grew larger and larger. Occasionally, there would be cries coming from the battlefield. An inferior grade martial saint of Biyun Peak cried out miserably as his arm flew off. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Lu Riyue did not show any mercy. She fought with her life on the line. Whenever her opponent left a wound on her body, she would immediately counterattack tenfold, not retreating at all. Using the might of the heavenly weapon, Lu Riyue was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura. Instead, the 8 martial saints of Biyun Peak became more and more fearful as they fought. Occasionally, someone would lose an arm or a large piece of flesh. A few strands of saber chi flew towards Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and executed drawing the saber. With a bang, the strands of saber chi were reduced to nothing. Lu Suifeng said anxiously, "Yi Chen, what should we do? If this goes on, even if Sis can obtain victory, she will be severely injured. The other side still has 10 martial grandmasters who have not made a move. We are not a match for them. Don't rush me, I'm thinking of a way." Naturally, Xiao Chen was able to think of the problem that Lu Suifeng could think of. He looked at Song Qianhe, who was in the crowd, and thought very quickly. Song Qianhe looked coldly at Lu Riyue. He did not care much about the casualties in the battle. Aside from Zhao Gongming, the rest of these martial saints had been stuck at inferior grade martial saint for many years. This time, Xiao Qin had brought them here to send them to their deaths. The true elites of Biyun Peak had not come. Even if they all died, he would not feel any heartache. Biyun Peak could afford to waste their resources, unlike Qingyun Peak, which only had Lu Riyue. As long as she fell, the others could be dealt with easily. Heaven-ranked spirit weapon? It looks like this operation is going to fail. Should I make a move? Song K looked at the battle below from the clouds. He frowned slightly. He could not make up his mind. In the battle, Lu Ryue took advantage of an inferior grade martial saint's opening and pierced the air with her lunar shadow saber. She stabbed the saber into this person's heart. Her right hand trembled, and a surging essence flowed along her arm and into the saber. Boom! With a loud bang, that person's body exploded into countless pieces, shattering into pieces. Blood sprayed out in the air like rain, slowly falling down. Lu Ryue's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble involuntarily. Although they were not afraid of death, when they saw such a cruel way of dying, they could not help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. This is too ruthless. She did not care at all, killing as she pleased. Is she really not afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's rules? Everyone could not help but think this in their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Lu Ryue did not stop moving. She swept her saber horizontally and chopped an inferior grade martial saint beside her in half. Lu Ri, don't go overboard, Zhao Gongming shouted hoarsely. In an instant, 2 inferior grade martial saints died miserably at Lu Ryue's hands. Lu Ryue's reply was an even more ferocious attack. She held her saber with both hands, and her entire body was covered in blood. She was like a crazed demon, like an evil spirit that came out of hell. She did not care about the wounds on her body. Kassier! Kassier!